Streaming, and we'll get underway. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, October 21st. Holland Squallen, Quistuktumut, Squamish Oakmail. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish's website following the meeting. If you have any concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, which in this case would be Ms. Von Blodeau over here. Just a quick reminder, or for those that haven't been in council chambers before, this is a safe place for everyone. Therefore, please refrain from applause or other expressions of emotion, whether you favor or oppose any particular topic. Inappropriate language, outbursts, or criticism aimed at individuals or groups will not be condoned. If this behavior is displayed, you will be asked to leave council chambers. Our first order of business is adoption of the agenda. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Pettingill. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So our first order of business is a delegation from Squamish Minor Hockey. So we have a representative here, Ms. Hodges, I believe. And there you go. Hello, thank you. We'll get you at the podium there. Oh, we've got some handouts. Okay. We'll get those distributed. And we'll just get you situated at the podium, and we won't start any timing or anything until we know that you're good. I'm just looking for our tech to make sure that that's what's expected. Do we have the camera on at the podium? Or could we have the camera on at the podium if it's not?
Yep.
And can we, I can set this added to the official agenda package or stand over to it?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay. Sure. Sorry, we're just making sure our technology works, so we make the most of this of your time here. Are we good? Sorry, I just want to make sure that we're okay. Oh, we're catching it off the side of the, yeah. Okay. Before you get going, I just wanted to thank you for this and let you know that I'll make arrangements with staff so that this can be included in the official agenda package for tonight, so that folks watching or reviewing this know what was passed around. Just so you know. So go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council. The floor is yours. And if you could start by introducing yourself and who you represent, and then take it away.
Okay, my name is Leah Hodges. I'm the president of Squamish Minor Hockey. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As president of Squamish Minor Hockey, I'm here on behalf of more than 300 youth athletes and their families deeply affected by the ongoing closure of Brennan Park. In front of you is a package of previous work and information related to recreation expansion in Squamish, along with impact statements from SMHA players received as of yesterday. These reflect the very real effect of the recent closure of Brennan Park, caused first by mechanical failure, then by job action, and compounded by the decision to remove the ice surface. Also included is a snapshot of what community looks like when our arena is open. The one and only home game our U18A1 team played this year, the stands were absolutely full. The arena isn't just a building, it's where our kids grow up, where friendships are built, and where community comes together. It's one of the few places left where people still gather to cheer, to talk, to feel part of something bigger than themselves. That's what's being lost. When part of the union was locked out, the entire union was locked out. That decision closed the only recreation facility serving our community. This is not about taking sides. It's about recognizing that only you, the mayor and council, have the power to end this. If the job action isn't resolved within the next 7 days, hundreds of children are at risk of losing their entire hockey season. Sorry. For our graduating U18 players, this is their final year, and once that time is gone, it's gone for good. For years, SMHA volunteers, all of them parents, have poured countless hours into researching, fundraising, and advocating for recreation expansion. Yet with each new council, we find ourselves starting over, rebuilding the same case and restating the same needs. With respect, you have the opportunity to change that cycle. Following the skate club's communication to council on October 7th, which highlighted the parallel struggles minor hockey faces with a severe lack of ice and the inability to add equitable programming or even accommodate all who wish to play, I'd like to seek some clarification because it sounded as though there are currently no funds allocated or available for the expansion of recreation infrastructure in Squamish, and that for any new facilities to move forward, the volunteers and user groups would need to source some necessary funding, because I understand it's a lot. If financial capacity is the barrier, we urge council to look at the tools already available. The Community Works Fund, directed to us by BC Hockey, a letter from which is included in your package, is provided annually to all local governments in BC through a per capita allocation to support local priorities, delivered twice each year. Local governments get to decide how those funds are spent. We're asking that council formally direct a portion of that Community Works Fund toward the expansion of Brennan Park, adding new ice, aquatics, and multi-sport spaces that benefit the entire community. We also ask that council commission an independent third-party root cause analysis of the mechanical failure that triggered the September arena closure during the renovation, so that cause is clearly understood and the same issue doesn't happen again when we get back in there. Separately, we are also seeking an explanation for why the rented dehumidifier equipment, which we understood was required to keep the arena operational, was removed on Sunday. This council's term concludes at the end of 2026. You still have time to make recreation part of your legacy, not the closure that ended a generation's season. Looking ahead, as wood fiber LNG begins contributing new tax revenues in 2027, you have a rare opportunity to direct a portion of those funds specifically to expanding recreation, turning industrial growth into a lasting legacy of wellness, inclusion, and youth opportunity. At its heart, this is about more than facilities. It's about community. The packed stands at our few home games this season showed what happens when Squamish comes together. Pride, energy, belonging, that spirit is what keeps this town connected. As Carrie Ann said, every child in Canada should have the right to learn to swim for safety and the opportunity to skate because it's part of our national culture. Yet in Squamish, our youth don't have consistent access to either. Our facilities have been stretched beyond their limits for over a decade, and now, with our only recreation center closed, even those who managed to secure a coveted spot have lost the opportunity. So tonight, I'm asking council to intervene to end the lockout and prioritize the immediate reopening of Brennan Park so our kids can get back where they belong, and commit to long-term recreation investment, beginning with the Community Works Fund and in future, a defined portion of industrial revenues to expand Brennan Park's facilities. Ultimately, this is all about our youth, the young people who have grown up in this community proudly wearing Squamish on their jerseys and who simply want the opportunity to play the games they love close to home. When the rink does reopen, I would like to invite each of you to come and watch a Friday night game to see firsthand the pride and connection that fills those stands. There truly is nothing else like it. It's electric. I'd now, if it's okay, like to invite Ben, Zach, Nolan, Cruz. They are U18 players in their final years of minor hockey to share how this is impacting them.
My name is Ben. The Friday night hockey for us is the biggest thing for us. Everyone in our high school comes out to the games. It's something to do on a Friday night. It's not something in the community to do for everyone that can come out, and yeah, everyone enjoys them.
The past 4 years I've been playing high level hockey in the city, and for my senior year I gave up my hockey aspirations to come back and play with all my buddies, and this just kind of ruins it all. And yeah,
I think the other thing is for a lot of us, like growing up playing hockey, it's like everyone looks for the last year U18. I remember when I was younger, I used to come out to the Bears games and go watch them play and go see like that Friday night lights and hope I was there one day. And now it's our year and we don't have that. The biggest thing for us.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to your entire group. So I just want to say a couple things before I open up to council to see if there's any questions. Is that all of the issues that you've raised are valid and real, and not all of them we will have solutions for here tonight. I'd like to think that that's a given. the next touch point on the budget process, which is where we figure out what we fund and where those funds come from, will be next week, and like we're in the midst of it. So the timing, this is I hesitate to say that anything's great timing right now with all the pieces, but from the budget perspective alone, that's where we will make those decisions will be made in the context of the entire budget. So there's that. The other piece is that in relation to all things labor relations, cannot be discussed in any depth in an open meeting such as this. So we just have to take that as feedback as our bargaining teams go and do that work to work through this process. So with that said, I could probably say more on all those pieces, but Council, do we have any particular questions for our delegation today? Oh, and I also, a little bit later tonight, we will be talking about our development cost charges and our amenity cost charges bylaw, which is a way that we collect funds from the development community and how they're allocated. That feeds into the budget process. So there is a discussion tonight that is relevant, I think, at least from a mechanism to achieve our shared goal of having expanded recreation facilities. We'll be happy a little bit later tonight if you want to stick around for that piece. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, a couple things, and I just want to add on to that. There is a particular in the amenity cost charges. That is a new funding mechanism. It's not a magic solution for everything, but it's something that the province just rolled out this year. We have, our staff has put in that a rink/pool. And I have a number of questions around that. So if folks want to stick around, we'll be finding out for the first time about how some of the parameters on some of these things. So that may be worth sticking around for. Two questions for staff. The first one, can staff just speak to what our existing policy is around taxation from something like wood fiber LNG? Do we have folks in the room who could speak to that? Or would we have to put that off to a future week? I mean, my understanding is
I think that's when we're having budget and taxation discussions, when we'll have the appropriate people to answer that. So we don't have the staff available to get into that level of detail at this point. So if you could, valid question, but I think it lives where in upcoming budget discussions.
okay, and unfortunately, I'm on an advocacy tour to speak to ministers in Victoria about some things we need as local government. So I will be there next Tuesday. So if someone could ask that question in my place, I would appreciate that. And this next question may be in the similar, if we can get some more some clarification on how we're allocating our community works funding. I know there's lots of demands on that fund, but just some clarity on where that money is going to next week.
Yep, that's a great point for budget, and thank you to our guests for raising that as an opportunity potentially. Is that a hand, Councillor Center? If there's no questions, then we would move receipt of the verbal and written report, and again that will end up on the agenda so everyone can view what's there. If someone wants to move,
I'll move receipt.
Move receipt. Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much all for being here today, for sharing the impact that this is having on you day to day, for the amount of effort that is going in on behalf of the volunteer parents, coaches, for doubling down. As I'm perusing this, as it was handed to me, I think 15 minutes ago, while also trying to listen to the stories that are being shared, there continues to be an incredible amount of work that goes in from our community members to show up in a way in offering help. And I think that is the piece that I hear loud and clear. And there are some really, even just by skimming this, I think some really important considerations that I am definitely going to take back and dive in more detail with. As Mayor mentioned, this is actually really amazing timing. As I've spoken with you, Ms. Hodges, and as I mentioned last week, or when Carrie Ann was here, the timing of the work that we have done in terms of investing in our facilities, the rate of growth that our community has experienced. And I know that folks will roll their eyes likely when I say this, because we did need a rink, we needed a second pool, we needed a theater. The demand list is high. We have focused on our core facilities and getting 2 fire halls, a public works facility built, which is really great. It gives us an opportunity to redirect some of that energy to address the next set of things that are on that list. And there's a variety of different ways that we can do that. And I appreciate that some of these are highlighted in this, and explains some of the components around how we develop a working group, how we can do better in showing up and communicating the needs, and how we partner in order to make those things a reality for our community. And so I just want to thank you all for being here this evening, for continuing to show up and commit to having the dialogue as we continue to go forward.
Thank you. I'll go to the seconder, Councillor French, and I'll go to you, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you, Mayor Herford, and thank you all for being here today, and thank you for the hard work. This clearly has taken some effort, and I've been able to scan a few of the pages, and there's some information in here that I think will be valuable, so greatly appreciate that. One of the things that I was looking for in particular was to see if the wood fiber sponsorship myth was captured in this document, and it's not. So over the last few days, I've been surprised a few times to hear that the district turned down a sponsorship offer to have wood fiber build 2 rinks for Squamish. It's not true. That offer never existed, and I don't understand why that rumor and myth persists, but I'm happy to see that there is reference to wood fiber in here and not that rumor and not that myth. And I'll finish up by sharing that I'm feeling very optimistic about the next few days in relation to the rink and the pool and Brennan Park and getting those facilities back online.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I just want to say thank you so much for coming and participating. It's really important to participate in local government, and I really appreciate you coming here and voicing your concerns. And I want to reiterate that we hear you. We also agree. And like Councillor Stoner just said, like, we have been focusing on the essentials of wastewater and fire management in our community, which are obviously, those are our mandates and those are priorities for everybody in the longevity of this town. I also wanted to speak to some of the financial realities that we're dealing with for the addition of a second rink and or a second pool. Tonight, we're going to be talking about our ACC bylaws, like Councillor Pettengill just mentioned, and the cost that we have in our books estimated in 2024 dollars for an additional ice rink and pool. And this is like a very high level estimate. This is not like costed out properly, is about $70 million. And anybody around this table will tell you that is likely an underestimate, which is like, yeah, it's an incredible increase in taxation if we pursue that. So yes, absolutely. Private fundraising. Yes, 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 yes. That's how Brennan Park was built in the first place. Public volunteer, public donations. Yes, 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 yes. I also wanted to point out, just like Councillor French just did, I have seen zero evidence that there has ever been an offer from Wood Fiber to pay for a rink. It's very frustrating to hear that continually repeated. So I just want to emphasize that I have seen no evidence for that. And if anybody has some, bring it to me. I'm happy to look at it. But I do appreciate your comment about using some of the tax revenue from that project to fund recreation. I think that's a really good idea. And I think that we should earmark that money for that. But yes, absolutely. If we're based on, municipal borrowing, municipal funding for building this arena, it's going to be a long, long, long road. So we absolutely need to lean on public funding and public support for this. And thank you again for coming. It's super important and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who came and who shared with us and who has listened. Just want to add a few comments, and thank you to my colleague for dispelling some of the myths. Just give a bit of a spoiler. I kind of know what the staff answer on the policy around wood fiber is, and my understanding, and we'll get staff to confirm, is that we put that sort of money into capital projects such as rinks and so on, rather than operations, because then if these industries tend to go belly up, and then you're not stuck not having operational funding. So it would be, my understanding is our policy to put those sorts of funds into exactly this sort of thing. I did want to add, I've heard lots of commentary that council isn't listening or doesn't care. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think before my time, the community had a referendum and decided not to pursue borrowing and so on to pursue a rink. And I wasn't part of those discussions. I don't think I was even in Squamish at the time. And I know people have different perspectives on those sorts of things. So when I came into council, I came in and was part of the campaign discussion, knowing there was a huge hole in infrastructure, and made a commitment to be aggressive on fire halls, on public works, to push our debt to the limit, which we have, so that we could get to things like community centers, which are critically important, as quickly as possible. And I know that's not nearly as quickly as people would like, but we have been pushing as hard and as fast as we can, understanding that fire halls and public works, clean water, the ability to flush our toilets, we fortunately have to do those first. And so we've been pushing hard, and now we're in a spot where those critical things are done, and we can say, okay, so how do we move? What's the most way we can move as quickly as possible on to the next things? I'll be frank, there are lots of people want a library, people want a performing arts center, people want all these things. And as a community, it's not going to be council that decides by itself. As a community, we're going to have to figure out, are we okay with putting up taxes 50% to accelerate, or 100%, or do we need to slow back, and how do we prioritize that? And so we're getting into those discussions now, and I look forward to, people bringing forward constructive ideas, and we can discuss what'll work and what doesn't, making sure we're all sort of behind this as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. This report is well presented. I can just sense it and seen enough of it already to see what's in here. And I'll look forward to a deeper dive and further dialogue with you. I have in the past met with a number of representatives of minor hockey over the years. It's been a long haul. I remember the thermometer that existed at the corner of Winnipeg and Cleveland downtown. The current ice arena was a community project, and the new solutions will be as well. As a community project, there's a little piece that I think might be of help, and that is, and it's just a small one, we've heard your testimonials, the passion, and the individual, family, and community needs. But there's also an economic aspect to it. And with your help, we can build a picture of what the economic contribution of ice hockey tournaments and skating club events is for the community, and it's not insignificant. With your help, we can work together with Tourism Squamish, other organizations in the field, and perhaps our economic development department can at least offer some help in the form of similar reports we've done in the past. But this is a little piece that we can build a picture together and convince the rest of the community this is really important for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you for coming out. My kids don't play hockey. My kids swim. They're impacted by this. There are kids who've been talking to universities for swimming scholarships, whose times for this year depend on their ability to practice. My kids the swimming team has found a solution, which includes our kids swimming outdoors between 4 and 6 p.m. in North Vancouver. Not ideal. Not ideal. To wrap up, thank you so much for compiling the words of the kids. And I often find the words of youth extraordinarily valuable. So I want to read from Liam Scarlett, number 9. I would like the adults to talk so we can get our ice back. Period. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for the presentation and the well-curated piece that I haven't yet to dive into in any substantive way, but I will. I will say that I played hockey in that rink growing up. I swam in the pool. Well, actually, the outdoor pool to start, and then the new pool, which we now have at Brennan Park. This this is really the community against a problem, not the community, in odds with council. We've been pushing, as some of my council colleagues mentioned, working through the real estate facilities master plan, which highlights the stark financial realities of delivering facilities to a community. And we've been making progress. Now, I think there is could be a case made for, that additional sheet of ice or 2 or 3, whatever the perfect thing is. There was a need a long time ago, but the financial realities are we need to look after, as responsible governance, look after the public safety pieces, which we have largely now, and we're moving into this next phase. It is interesting to me that we are talking about in our budget process a tax increase that's over 10% on the back of another tax increase that was over 10%. And what I'm hearing about is the things that we don't have. And how we get those things is through taxation or working together to find other solutions. If there is someone out there listening that wants to enter into discussions about building 2 new sheets of ice or any other improvement, come and see us. We're happy to have that discussion and share what the details of that discussion is with the community. That has not happened to date. I think the other, this is an important time to be engaging on this for a number of reasons. And what we've heard tonight, I will carry with me, as I'm sure my council colleagues will, into those discussions in the weeks ahead. And we still hope to have our financial plan done in adopted for end of the year. That might bleed into the first part of January, as we're a little off schedule. But these discussions are something that are happening next week, the week after, sort of timeline, not talk to us next year sort of thing. So more to come on this. But thank you so much, and your voices are heard here today, and I think reflected in our policy documents that are guiding our budget. But I'm excited to work with the community to find a way forward to deliver all the facilities that we want, need, and desire. So thank you so much for your time. And with that, I'll call the question, and then we have an update from staff. So all in favor? Motion carries. And then we have, sorry, who would like to? I'd like to go back to the, there's a question about the dehumidifiers. I just wanted to see if we can answer that particular question for you. So Ms. Venke, do you have an update for us on that? I don't have the answer myself.
Sure, through the chair. The dehumidifiers prior had actually not been active for about a week. We've been testing to see how the ice has been going without them. And even with the pool filled, we were maintaining the right levels of humidity. So they were deemed that we no longer need them in place. So that is why they were removed yesterday.
So they were needed for a shorter period of time than we had thought about, of sort of what could be considered a worst case scenario where we need them for 6 weeks, but we needed them for a shorter period of time?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we need to move on with our agenda tonight. Unfortunately, we've concluded this topic, but we can follow. I'm happy to have another chat and see if we can get you some additional answers to share. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Our next piece of business is titled Unscheduled Public Attendance, and I have a bit of a script to go through. So council now invites members of the public to present matters that are either urgent or relevant to an item on the agenda and cannot wait until the next regular business meetings. So if multiple people wish to address the same topic, we would request that you nominate a spokesperson to represent that particular topic. And council will, so the process would be that members of the public would have up to 2 minutes to address council. They should state their name, the topic, and why it's emergent or relevant. I just want to read from our our unscheduled public attendance piece of our procedure bylaw, that council at their discretion may decline if the matter is outside the jurisdiction district of Squamish, subject to 10.3 of this bylaw, related to an issue for which public hearing is optional, before the courts, or for which legal action is being pursued or is pending, related to a claim of damages against the district, related to law enforcement action by the district, related to the promotion of a third-party business, related to labor relations or pertaining to a staffing issue, related to a contract held by the district or a tender, or related to a request under the Freedom of Information and Protection Acts. So that is the criteria in which. So is there anyone that wishes to address council under unscheduled public attendance? Yes, sir. So I'll just run you before we start the time. I'll just run you through that again. So how this works is you have 2 minutes to address council, and in that 2 minutes, it's name the topic and why it's emergent or relevant, and then council will determine whether the topic fits the criteria, and then you'll be given, if supported, you'll be given another 5 minutes, or if not, we will move on to someone else on the list. So I will turn the floor over to you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight because what is happening to our community is not just frustrating, it is damaging and it is avoidable. Our rec center is now being disrupted or closed for 96 days this year and counting, and families are exhausted. This is not a weather event. This is not an accident. This is a direct result of failed leadership on both sides of this labor dispute. The district made the choice to lock out its own workers and shut down essential public services, and CUPE made the choice to walk away from the bargaining table at a critical moment, abandoning negotiations and abandoning the residents they claim to serve. Those decisions together have plunged the public and put our kids in the crossfire. And I want to be clear about something every parent in this town already understands. Kids should not be collateral damage in a labor dispute. CUPE has done nothing to earn public support in this process. Their silence, their absence from meaningful negotiation, and their willingness to leave families stranded has alienated the very community whose trust they need. But the district is not absolved of responsibility. Council is the governing body. You're stewards of public services. You had the power and the obligation to protect community access, and you didn't. This is bigger than swimming. It's about whether this council is managing core community services responsible and whether decisions made today reflect the needs of residents, or simply defer problems to a future council. Approving mixed housing developments that include low-income units while allowing developers not to provide parking for those units is a perfect example. It doesn't solve the problem. It moves it elsewhere to be dealt with later. Weak ACC negotiations have left amenities and community contributions on the table, further demonstrating a pattern of decisions that prioritize convenience over the long-term well-being of the community. The shutdown of our rec center is simply the latest example of this pattern. Meanwhile, my daughter and hundreds of other kids are losing structure, training, health, and routine. Competitive athletes already balance 4 a.m. mornings and late practices, school, sleep, and pressure. When our only indoor recreation facility is shut down and families are forced to chase pool time in other municipalities, it becomes unhealthy, unsustainable, and frankly unfair. And we are not the only household living this, not by a long shot. Parents should not have to fight this hard for something as basic as access to the only rec center in town. So I'm here to demand the reopening of the rec center immediately while bargaining continues. The community must no longer be held hostage. We deserve a union and a council that put the community first, not politics, not posturing, and not standoffs. Kids should be protected, families should be respected, and this community deserves better. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your submission. The process was 2 minutes to state why the matter was emergent or relevant. I felt like you were going all the way there, so I let it run for over that. Before council, the process would be that council would debate whether we want to hear from further on the matter. Do you have further comment to provide on the matter should council decide to give you the additional 5 minutes, or was that the entirety of your statement? Okay. So, council, with that in mind, I think I would look to our corporate officer to just keep us on side process-wise here. Should we just move receipt of that, or I just want to make sure that we're staying on the right side of our policies and bylaws.
Yes, you could remove receipt of that and continue to the next speaker if wanted.
Okay, I'll move, you moving receipt, Councillor French, and second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a submission in this matter? And just so everyone knows, I know this is can be a challenging venue and format. We do only have 3 spots in our bylaw for this, and we're happy to provide them. So the first 2 minutes is to state why it's urgent, and then council will debate whether you have the 5 minutes or if that's enough. So if you, yeah, thank you, sir. Oh, hold on just a sec. We'll get you. Don't worry, your time hasn't started. There you go. Take it away, sir.
I'm a resident here, and my question will be relevant to your meeting later today, later this evening, but I'd be interested in hearing council speak on why in the 2024 SOFI budget report that was published, our community amenity grant funding, or I don't know if that's the correct term, but why we are half the provincial average for the 2023 data that you published. If you look at the 2024 SOFI report, Squamish takes in or seems to be missing a great deal of money that apparently, I don't have numbers, but if you look at the average of what the province seems to take in or other communities in the province take in, we aren't. So I'd like you guys to reflect on whether opportunities are being missed. For example, why is Matthews West exempt $55,000 in property tax for, I think it was described as rehabilitation? Okay, they're going to profit tremendously off of that rehabilitation, but $55,000 was lost to Squamish. So I'm told that there's a bit of a historical angle to it. You have an opportunity then to change that. And I would urge you guys to think hard on doing that because you're hearing the frustration from the community. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys have a hard job to do, but you have an opportunity to change it real quick.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. That's a hard thing to do as well. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to have the same question I had for Mr. Hooper earlier. I know the process is awkward. Is that the entirety of your?
That's the entirety of it. Sorry.
That's okay. It's an odd.
I was trying to get it all in for you.
No, that's fine. So council, I think similar to the last one, we should move receipt, and it is second or moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. Do you want to? Comments? I'll just go to the mover if you want to. No, go ahead, Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, I'll comment, and I'd have to dig into the reports. I know sometimes CACs are collected in cash, and other times in our case, we've been focused on donations of affordable units and or daycare spots, and that may explain a cash discrepancy because we're getting those things. It's something that I would need to look to staff for clarification. So I would sort of flag this as something to come back to us for information at a future meeting when it's appropriate.
Yep. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, well, I'll just make a comment that we have a discussion on exactly that this evening. So pay attention, participate, yeah, keep follow it. And, yeah, thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Well, I was also possibly going to suggest that if we don't answer your question tonight, it might be worthwhile to email council@squamish.ca and then staff can pick it up and respond to it. Thanks.
Just briefly, thank you very much for the submission. I know this is a challenging, we do our best with the format, but can be an intimidating place. So thank you very much sincerely for coming to speak. And we'll engage with exactly that a little bit later. I do think that every various developments have various challenges and opportunities attached to them, and every one of them, the decision should be defendable there. So I'm happy to see if we can revisit some of those historical ones to provide the context that was likely front and center the day those decisions were made, whether we agree with them or not. But what we do have more control over is going forward, and that's what we're setting out to do this evening. I look forward to that. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council for our third and final slot? Seeing none, we'll move on with the with our agenda. The next matter would be the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? I don't see any hands for that. So could someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Oh, that was a great segue into amenity cost charge and development cost charge bylaw discussion. Do we need a quick recess to get staff in position for that? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just so that our staff can get set up. And our next topic will be the development cost charges and amenity cost charge bylaw. We'll give them an opportunity to do that. And we'll be back at 6:46 to be precise. Thank you. We're in recess. Okay, we are back, and we are now on to the conversation around the amenity cost charge bylaw and development cost charge bylaw. So I will pass it over to staff to introduce themselves and run us through their presentation. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, Planner with Community Development. I am the staff member who has been coordinating these bylaw updates. With us online is Daryl Abbs. He is the consultant who the district has retained to develop both of these bylaws. And with that, I will pass it to him to run us through the presentation.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you to the mayor and members
So
of
we
council.
can't hear you, Mr. Abbs. We'll just double check.
Is that better?
We can still not hear you. So maybe we'll go for a third try, and then we may need to recess the meeting to ensure that we have our technology doing what it's supposed to do. I'm not sure where the issue lives. One more try.
Okay. Does that work? Does that work? Can you hear me?
Let's take a 5-minute recess to try to troubleshoot the technology to ensure that we can receive the advice, and it can also be captured for the stream appropriately. So we're going to recess we'll come back at 6:55. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the mayor and members of council. Just a quick sound check. Thumbs up is good. Okay, great. So pleasure to be here this evening. I'll just have a few slides to go through to take us through an overview of where we were over the last year or so in preparing the development cost charge and amenity cost charge bylaws, and where we are tonight. And so just as a background, in 2023, the legislation was changed by the province to add additional services that can be recovered through development cost charges, and also introduced a new revenue tool called the amenity cost charge. And so we, as was noted, we were retained by the district to provide prepared the analysis and the supporting documents to go with the bylaws. And so initially the bylaws were presented at the November 26, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting to get feedback. And then at the March 18th meeting of council, a resolution was passed to go back and review and update the capital costs for the amenity cost charge. And then as well, update the community amenity contribution policy to better reference and refer to the new amenity cost charge and how these new revenue tools will align. And so at the same time, the same month actually, the province released the new best practices guide. The previous one was 20 years old, and so they were just in the process of updating it. The new one was released for the development cost charge, and then as well, a best practices guide was released for the amenity cost charge. And so the approaches in the best practices guide had to be incorporated into our draft background reports. And so just to kind of go back to first principles, the intent of development cost charges and now amenity cost charges are to recover the capital costs associated with growth within the district. And so these costs are in addition to what a developer would normally pay as part of their subdivision development through the subdivision servicing bylaw. So the internal roads, sewers, water mains, etc., would be paid for by the developer. The development cost charge and amenity cost charges are for the broader infrastructure that's required. And so really the intent here is to reduce the burden on the taxpayer for funding growth-related infrastructure that's required for the new development and redevelopment. And so currently the district does use development cost charges to recover growth-related costs for certain services, and I'll summarize that in a moment. And as well, you're currently utilizing community amenity contributions. These are a revenue tool used in the rezoning process. There's negotiation that goes on to try to receive community amenities. And so you have some targets as part of your current policy. And so what we're looking to do is to move the recovery of some of those things to the amenity cost charges and the development cost charges, and simplify the community amenity contributions. So with development cost charges, you can recover costs for sewage, water, drainage, fire, police, highway facilities, solid waste and recycling facilities, providing improving parkland and employee housing in a resort region. And then on amenity cost charges, very similar legislation, but you can use that to recover costs related to community, youth or senior centers, a recreational athletic facility, libraries, daycares, and a public square. And so the intent of the work that we're doing is to move from your current framework of recovering certain services from development cost charges and some growth-related costs under community amenity contributions, and then now have this proposed framework where water, sewer, drainage, roads, which includes active transportation, parks and solid waste are recovered through the development cost charge. The amenity cost charge will be used to recover costs for library, cultural and community centers and recreation facilities, and those parks costs that are not eligible under the DCC. And then the community amenity contribution would be renamed, and it would remain. There would be basically targets for on-site affordable housing and childcare. And so at a very high level, and there's a lot more detail provided in the background documents that were posted on the district's website. But essentially, we take those costs related to growth. And so we look at the total capital costs, make deductions for the share that benefits the existing community, and we have our total growth related cost divided by the growth to come up with our charges on a per unit basis for residential growth and per square meter of floor area for non-residential growth. And so since the meeting in March, really a summary of the changes, we have to undertake a prevailing level of service calculation based on the best practices guide, and I'll show that in a moment. We've updated the capital costs of certain projects to reflect recent construction values, undertake a financial feasibility analysis. I'll talk a little bit about that, and some other minor changes to project costs and reserve fund adjustments. And so with the prevailing level of service calculations, what we need to do is on the left, we have an example calculation. So for example, for roads, we say you currently have 204 kilometers of roads. The average value is about $2.4 million per kilometer. And so if we multiply that together, you have about $489 million worth of roads. Well, if we take that and divide it by the current population in 2024, the 27,044 people, that says on average per person, you have a value of just over $18,000 per person. And so if that's what your level of service is today, then we can't spend more than that on future growth. And if we're planning to grow by 25,656 people, multiply those two numbers together, what that says is we can't recover more than $464 million in the development cost charge. Okay, so that's that prevailing level of service calculation to double check that we're not building way more than we're providing today. And so with the development cost charge, we provided a summary on the right that shows for each of the different services what the allowable amount is based on that calculation. And the amount utilized is what we included in the calculations. And you can see that we did not exceed that upper limit that we needed to calculate. Similarly, for the ACC, we identified the eligible amount for each of the different components of the ACC that we included. So recreation facilities, library, cultural facility space, and parkland amenities. And you can see we utilized almost all of it, 132.5 million of the 138.9 million. And so that was a check mark essentially under the best practices guide. With respect to updating capital costs, there were 2 projects that were added, a total of $2.8 million on transportation side. And there's some adjustments for the reserve fund where projects were already provided funding, but were not included on the list. With respect to the ACC, and this is really where we got direction from council to go back and look at the facility costs. The big component was the Brennan Park Recreation Center. And what we did was we took a look at recent construction costs of similar facilities in Kent, Burnaby, and North Vancouver. And the average was about $1,227 per square foot. And so based on the anticipated size of that facility, previously we had identified 58 million. Now included in the calculations is that 69 or $68.9 million. When we looked at the other projects that were on the list, the cost per square foot were comparable to what we saw in the survey. With respect to the financial feasibility analysis, this is something the best practices guide notes doesn't specifically require or provide any specific methodology, but it does provide and identify the different components of a development project. And on the right-hand side, you have the schematic here that we've identified. And so traditionally, what was kind of the best practice of the approach was to just identify the share of the house price that a DCC represented, okay? And so what we thought was, okay, well, based on this new guidance, we should probably try to prepare a more detailed pro forma model. If we were to be a developer, let's put all the cost inputs in there, let's put the anticipated revenues and see what we get. And so we worked with UDI, we provided a model, they provided feedback, we revised the model. There were some different variations of the model, but ultimately what we saw was, even if you vary the parameters, the DCCs and the ACCs comprised approximately 3% of anticipated sales revenue. And so really what we found was the construction costs comprised the bulk of the expenditures, with more than 70% of the sales revenue for low and medium density development. And actually in the case of high density development, the pro forma didn't work because construction costs were so high. And so what we observed from this, and what is identified in the best practices guide, is to ensure that these charges don't deter development. What we saw was, even if you remove these charges completely, the average feasibility of development would not change, because the component of it is, it's so small relative to the other costs. And so what was calculated for the ACC rates, we have here on a per dwelling unit basis, and it only applies to residential development, ranges from $18,828 per unit for a low density single detached home, down to $10,190 for an apartment. With respect to the DCC bylaw and DCC rates, I know after there's some discussion about potentially looking to phase in the charges, but I believe staff did an analysis on that, and it wouldn't be financially feasible to do that, as you would have to cover the component that is discounted from taxes or rates. And so what's presented is the full calculated charge with a 1% municipal assist factor, where the charges range from $37,000 per unit for low density development down to $19,178 for an apartment. And then we have the charges for non-residential development provided on a per square meter basis. And so with respect to the CAC policy, it's been renamed to the rezoning application alignment policy and updated to better align with the current legislative environment. I believe in your package, there's a revised version of that policy. And so it's been updated to remove those cash contribution targets for those services that have now moved to the ACC, but then the on-site targets for affordable housing and childcare still remain. I'll just wrap up with kind of noting a few things. So I just want to remind everyone that there is some in-stream protections. So for example, for the amenity cost charge, if you have a bylaw, or sorry, if you have an application submitted already, then the amenity cost charge wouldn't apply to you. If you have an application submitted and you build within 12 months, it won't apply. If it takes longer than that, then the amenity cost charge would apply. And similarly, for development cost charges, there's in-stream protections such that when you submit your application, if you've already submitted it, you have 12 months, and your rate essentially is based on the old bylaw rather than the new one. So again, there's some protections there for some transitional matters. In terms of overall what this means for some specific examples, what we did was we pulled some potential developments. So let's say for single detached developments, if I had a 5-unit single detached development, or if I had a 25-unit single detached development, because the community amenity contribution changes depending on your density. So at an average price of about $1.9 million per single detached home, what we saw is the development cost charge and the community amenity contribution for the lower density development would actually decrease by about 24%. And the percentage of the house price, again, is in that 3% range. But then for a 25-unit development, the cost per unit would actually increase in this case. And then what we also provide here is the example for townhouses, more that medium density. Again, for that lower density development, 10 units, we saw that the charge would actually decrease from what was provided before. And where there's more density, 40-unit townhouse developments, the charges would actually increase from about $19,000 per unit up to that $35,547 per unit. And then for apartments, what we see is the cost per unit under both scenarios actually increasing up to that $29,368 in total per unit. And so with respect to the consultation that occurred, there's a project webpage that was established. The reports were posted on that site. The Committee of the Whole meeting back in November 26, 2024. We had a consultation meeting on the 27th. Then in February, there were some webinar presentations and some videos posted to the webpage as well. Ongoing communication with the development community, and then engagement regarding that financial feasibility component. And so really the next steps are for council to consider the bylaw for passage and implementation. If council gives bylaw the readings, the DCC bylaw will be forwarded to the inspector of municipalities for approval with our submission package that's required. And then once the DCC bylaw is approved by the inspector, it can be brought forward for adoption, and staff are planning on bringing both the ACC and the DCC bylaw for adoption on the same date. So with that, there's a couple recommendations that are set out in the in your agenda, that the bylaws be given first, second, and third reading. That concludes my presentation. Happy to work with staff to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll see if we need to manage the technology at all through the question period, but I think we've got a handle on it. We've got a handle on it. We're getting a thumbs up from the back. So I have a few questions of my own, but I'd like to go to council first, as always. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. The Urban Development Institute has had some correspondence with us, and they're indicating high-density development projects will not proceed because project viability is impossible due to high construction costs, high finance costs, and government fees if we press ahead with this change. And from what I heard from Mr. Abbs, that sounds like a credible claim based on what he was indicating in the presentation. So if we approve this, should we expect that there won't be any high density development here for the foreseeable future?
So through the chair, what we found in that financial feasibility analysis and building that pro forma model is that the construction costs for high density development alone outpace the potential sales revenue given the market. So whether you pass the charges or not, and as I mentioned in the presentation, even if we remove the charges completely, it still wouldn't change the project viability. And so I think the end result of the analysis is that really the DCCs and the ACCs aren't the lever with which governments in general would be looking to change to actually incentivize development. I don't think if you removed the charges at all, that it would spur development because the construction costs are so high.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, got a few, so I may need a couple rounds. But just want to dig into this area. I had some concerns. I worry that sometimes these sorts of things to reduce DCCs are an ask to basically keep going a market where people are overpaying for land and trying to deal with the fact that they've overpaid for land and then the community ends up paying for it. And I know there's some different perspectives on that, but it sounds like really that's sort of a moot issue in this case because relative to the other costs, these are small costs. We're not doing anything to try and accommodate land prices in any way. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair, that's accurate.
Okay, and I just want to, I think wanting to understand small and what we can do. Although my understanding is, although it's small relative to the costs and so on, we couldn't then push to charge more because we are limited by the actual cost of that new infrastructure and what we can attribute to new development. And even if the end result is small, we're not legally allowed to charge more because of the formula the province forces us to use. Is that correct? Or is there an opportunity here, given this is small, to recover a bit more money?
So through the chair, you're required to identify the capital cost that you're trying to recover from the new development. So we're limited by the capital cost that we identify in the study. And so working with staff over the last year or so, we've identified all those capital costs that we know or we're planning on constructing to try to accommodate the development. And so if that kind of graphic I had there where it's the cost divided by the growth, it's all the costs that relate to that growth specifically. And so we are required to make deductions for the shares of the cost that benefit the existing community, et cetera. So we are limited by what we've included in the study.
Okay, I'll just ask one more in this series, and this is on a different topic, actually. Looking at the DCCs, I didn't see the oceanfront road in there. And I know there's front end agreements and all that sort of stuff. Can staff clarify why that isn't still, because I didn't recall that that had been fully funded from DCCs yet. So can you clarify why that wouldn't be in the DCC bylaw?
Would staff like a second to, I'm going to take a risk of going to the next speaker and hope it's a question for a different staff member, which I will admit is a risk. So I will go to Councillor Hamilton if you want to pick up a question, and I'll go back to staff when they signal they have an answer to Councillor Pettingils, but go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the additional work, Mr. Abbs, in getting this prevailing service level calculation completed. As I said back in, I believe, the March meeting, that's a very valuable, I think that's an important calculation to make. I have a couple questions on that, but I'm going to start with a question. Can you clarify how land values fit into the pro forma analysis? And that's a squishy question, because as we increase ACC and DCC fees, or let's just say as we increase the cost of all the government fees that go into development, we decrease the amount of money a developer is willing to pay for a piece of property. How do you account for that feedback? Maybe that's a more articulate question.
So through the chair, the way that we've designed that pro forma analysis is we take all the other components as fixed. So we put those inputs in. So what's the cost of the DCC, the ACC, the construction costs? We have the sales revenue that's anticipated. And really what falls out of the analysis is the land value with which the developers would be able to purchase at that price or less. They would be able to make a profit and the pro forma would be viable. And that's kind of where we saw on the high density development that it didn't matter what the land value was or what the DCCs or ACCs were, because the construction costs were so high, it was more than the sales revenue that was anticipated for a typical development. So in that case, the land value didn't matter because the project wouldn't be viable because of the construction costs. But on the low and medium density, what falls out of the analysis is what that dollar value would need to be at or less for the project to be viable.
Okay, so I'll just double check my understanding. Even if the land was free, your pro forma says that high density development is unviable because of construction costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, this based on the, this averaging approach of looking at publicly available information. That the challenge with the pro forma model itself is, and we found this with the consultation with UDIs, we asked for, some feedback on a variable, and we got 3 different answers from 3 different people, because it's going to differ between developer and developer, right? So if you have a developer who's also a builder who can have construction values be significantly less, their pro forma might work, whereas the general pro forma. So what we did is we used publicly available information from the Altus construction cost guide, which gives us general construction costs. We had feedback from the development community that it costs about 25% more to build in Squamish than it does in Vancouver or the mainland, because they have to pay the contractors to come stay up here, et cetera, et cetera. So we tried to build all that information into the cost, but again, it's a general on average.
Okay, thanks very much. My second question, I'm going to dig into the prevailing service level calculation. And I'm going to pick the library as an example. So a public library space, and I'm forgetting the exact name of it, the BC Public Libraries Association, recommend about 1 square foot of library space per capita within a community. And so that would put the expected size of our library at this point at around, let's say, 26,000 square feet. And then the additional library space for the additional 26,000 people would be in between now and 2041 or 2045 or whenever this is another 26,000. Yeah. When you did the analysis and when we put in the public library as an amenity, you subtracted 13 million from the existing community use. But we have to at least double what we have now with no subtraction of 13 million. So why is that subtracted? Why is sort of the 13 million subtracted from the library in this case?
So through the chair, when we do the prevailing level of service calculations, the guide kind of provides that we need to take a look at what you're currently providing. And so if you're currently providing 11,700 square feet of space, that's the level of service with which we need to be comparing the future capital costs to. And so when we look at the listing for the projects for library, my recollection, and I can go back and confirm, but my recollection is that in part the capital project is to replace some existing space and then expand. And so if we make a deduction for any replacement or any share of the cost that benefit the existing community, that's required by the best practices guide.
Yeah, Mr. Valniskas, go ahead.
If I could just add, Jonas Valniskas, Senior Director of Community Development, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Abs, but this is just for the purposes of calculating how much the new growth should carry of the development costs. It's not that we don't need a bigger library. We might need a bigger library, but we can't overburden new development with the amount of burden that the existing development is carrying.
Yeah, on this?
Yeah, so let me try to narrow the point. If we believe the BC Library's estimate that recommendation that we have 1 square foot of library per capita, if we're going to expand the population by 26,000 people, that's 26,000 new square feet of library space, which at roughly $1,200 per square foot comes to $28-ish million, $29-ish million, not $13 million.
Yep. So through the chair, the way that we calculated that benefit to existing of 13 million is that from what we understand, the anticipated new library that would be constructed is about 25,000 square feet. And based on that, it's going to be replacing 12,500 square feet of library. And so that equates to kind of 50% of the cost, that 13 million being a benefit to the existing community that needs to be funded with taxes. And that follows the best practices guide. we did not have any plans to then build an additional library. As from what I understand, there's no plan to build additional library space. The plan is to build 25,000 square feet of space to replace the existing space.
Just on this point, I'm the concern is becoming clear to me. I'm just going to try a question of clarity on this topic before I go back to get Councillor Pettingill's question answered, which I have signaled that there's an answer. So broadly, I think the library is an interesting one because it has its own governance structure, and there's a whole, we very actively participate in some of the pieces, but from an arm's length. So if we step back to facilities broadly, whether it's sheets ice or swimming pools or whatever that piece is, if we're in this concept, which is just one funding model or one funding tool, and we'll likely need multiple to realize any of these. If we're in a deficit position, so say we have half the square footage or half the one ice when we should have two, whatever the example, there's likely an example in various categories. If we're in a position today where the facilities that we have would be classified as a deficit based on community need, or best practice or whatever that is, this tool isn't really addressing that. And is that just by the nature of the tool, or is there something some direction we should be providing here to better harness this? Because I'm having a hard time with this, getting my head around this concept. Could you provide some clarity in that context? It's not any one thing, it's that broader facility deficit and attempting to use this to address that in the fullest, most fulsome way possible, which I believe is the general concept that my council colleague was trying to get at, and at least that's how it stuck in my mind.
Yeah, so if there's an existing deficit, so let's say no development is going to happen at all, and there's an existing deficit, and you wanted to increase that level of service to get to the BC Library recommended square foot per capita, and there's no development, you'd fund that with taxes, right? And so what the best practices guide, what the legislation is providing for, is that when we impose these types of charges on new development, it's for the additional capacity required because of that development. And so when we're looking at facilities, right now, what we understand is that we're taking the existing facility, knocking down and building a bigger one to accommodate the development. Well, that enhancement, that bigger component, we can charge to the development community because the growth is requiring the expansion. But if we then say, well, we need this because we're in a deficit already, well, then that's not really a cost that's being driven by new development. That's a cost that's being just a requirement to maintain your level of service. And so that wouldn't be eligible for funding through the development cost charge or the amenity cost charge.
Okay. Thank you very much for that feedback. I'm going to leave that to council to think about that concept. And I'm going to go back to staff on the answer on Councillor Pettingill's specific question.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dave Merrow, Acting Director of Engineering. I do not have an answer. I'll have to take this away and discuss with staff to understand exactly why that project. Should I continue or wait?
Sorry, just hold on. I just want to make sure okay. There's a very disorienting echo in the room. So I will, sorry, could you start again? I'm not sure how that translated, but in my mind, it got all my wires crossed. So
absolutely.
Go again.
Through the chair, Dave Merrow, Acting Director of Engineering. I'll have to take the question away to discuss with staff to find out exactly why that project's not in the DCC bylaw. I do know that we are very close to the maximum reimbursable DCCs for that project under the DCC front ender agreement and the municipal share agreements. So that could be why, but to fully understand why it's not included, I would have to take that back.
Okay, I'm going to ask a process question. When we have a question about the included projects, we are here for consideration of readings, how would we best, if the general concept is supportable but these schedules are there, would we go 2 readings and with a note for clarity on the schedule, or what would be the best way to move this forward if council is looking for the detail on a project like that or another that seems critical for the decision or to be incorporated at this time?
That's a great question. This project, as council may know, is already behind schedule. We've anticipated to get it done earlier this year. And one of the commitments that I think we're making is regular updates to these projects to make sure that our cost estimates move along with the times. We can provide the additional information either before the next meeting where council is going to consider adoption or at the time of adoption, just for information. But if it's critical decision for council to make on the readings, then I would say that we would have to come back for readings at another time.
Okay, we won't go there yet until we get to decision time, but I do think that I guess it depends on the reply on what that answer to the question is more fulsomely. So I'm going to go to Councillor Greenlaw next, and then Councillor Stoner.
Thanks. Through the chair, my first question was a point of clarity. Just looking at that prevailing level of service calculations, and it says for DCCs there was, approximately $550 million of an allowable amount versus $260 million versus of amount utilized, which kind of implies that there's. Do we have that existing surplus somewhere? Is that what you're saying? And it hasn't been used, or has it not been used because it was not collected?
So through the chair, it's not that you have a surplus per se, and what tends to happen on the with all local governments is the amount of roads you have and the value you have of roads per capita at any given point in time is usually more than what you need to accommodate growth in the future. Like, you've built in a lot of capacity into the roads, and the incremental amount of roads you need to accommodate the growth isn't as much as you currently have. So where it says we had 464 million as an allowable amount, but we only included about 200 million. It's not that we're leaving money on the table per se, because the Transportation Master Plan has identified all of the projects that are needed to accommodate the development. It's just that, like I said, you have a significant amount of roads and active transportation, as most local governments do. It's just that when we do that prevailing level of service calculation, there's always a big gap between what you need versus what you already have.
Okay, thanks. Oh, sorry. And then I think we've been using effectively an estimate of 10,000 units for some of these calculations. So I'm just going to work on that. And I wanted to see clarity on one piece. Has Matthews West, for instance, already paid their DCCs or ACCs for the oceanfront project? And I'm not trying to pick on them. It's just a project that alone, I think, represents about 3,000 units, or about 30% of the unit numbers that we're working with here to try to cover these ACC and DCC projects. And unless I'm misunderstanding this conversation. But I just wanted to get clarity on that piece.
Through the mayor, so ACCs would not be subject to this development because there's previous community amenity contributions negotiated. So any rezoning application that has previously paid a CAC is not subject to an ACC. And then development cost charges are paid at building permit. And I believe they are under the old DCC bylaw. I'd have to confirm with my colleague, Mr. Mera.
If I could just add, that's exactly it. They're under the old DCC bylaw that got enshrined in our phase development agreement with Matthews West, I think back in 2015 or 2016. And that's in place for a number of years before it expires. And then once that agreement expires, then they're going to be subject to the new DCCs, which is quite likely that the amount of time that development will take will exceed the life of that phase development agreement. So they will be subject to the new DCCs at some point.
Okay, and so from my calculations, if I'm using 10,000 units, and these calculations are approximate, they're just back of the envelope, but we have about $300 million worth of DCC projects, about $132 million worth of ACC projects, and if we're looking at 10,000 units, then that's about $30,000 per unit in DCC project costs and about $14,000 per unit in ACC costs. And we are preferentially building medium to high density housing, which is suggesting $19,000 to $23,000 per unit for DCC and $10,000 to $12,000 per unit in ACC, which effectively is representing a gap of $10,000 to $26,000 per unit. Is it not?
So through the chair, so in part the calculations take what we're trying to recover and we allocate those costs between residential and non-residential growth, and we had the anticipated non-residential growth identified as well. So a share of that cost would go to the non-residential side. In terms of the way we calculate the charge, we calculate it on a per capita basis, so a per person basis. And then what we do is we estimate how many persons per unit there are in apartments, in low and medium density development as well. And so if, we're forecasting growth of, let's say, 25,000, 26,000 people, if all those people then decide to be, they end up in apartments, we'll still recover the amount of money that we've anticipated to recover because that we've done it on a per person basis. It just so happens that those people now would now be in apartments. So there would need to be more apartment units that would be developed to meet that 25,000 people that we're forecasting. But there shouldn't be a deficit in what we're trying to recover based on the rates, no.
I'm going to, if you're okay for now, I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner, then Anderson, then myself, and I'll open for another round.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start with a few high-level clarifying questions. How are we capturing DCCs and ACCs from fourplexes, triplexes? What category do they fall under?
Through the mayor, they would, for fourplexes and triplexes, they would be in the medium density.
Okay, thank you. And then we previously collected CACs for active transportation, but now in the new bylaw regime, we're shifting to charge for active transportation improvements through DCCs. I'm just curious if staff can provide a rough estimate as to whether the amount collected through DCC will be equivalent, less, or more than what we currently capture in CACs for active transportation, and how currently, if a development comes forward, sometimes they do the work on site, and that is just captured as a not cash in lieu contribution, but like the work is valued and then considered in the CAC amount from the developer. How does that happen if it's in the DCC bylaw as opposed to a CAC?
So through the chair, so I don't have a specific order of magnitude, but I will say that the CAC is only applies to rezonings and it's a negotiated target, whereas the DCC would apply to all new development and redevelopment. And so you would get those charges every time, whereas the CAC, it's negotiated. Now, if through the development they decided to build active transportation in anything that's on that project list, or if it's identified in the transportation master plan as required, they can get essentially a credit on the DCC payable based on the value of what they've installed. If they wanted to provide something in addition, I think they still can. And then I think, staff, if you want to speak to how that might work in practice, but if they wanted to provide something in addition, they can, but they wouldn't necessarily get a credit if it's not on the list.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just add that that's accurate. And, the rezonings are always still at the discretion of council, so negotiations will still happen. So there's an opportunity, while there's no target for it, it may come up as an offer from a developer on a specific rezoning application.
Okay, and then carrying on the DCC bylaw, are we able to include transit infrastructure and upgrades as DCC projects?
So through the chair, it's my understanding that you would not be able to. The best practices guide and the legislation specifically speaks to those services that are eligible. Transit's not one of them. I know that there is transit recovered for, like TransLink, for example, is recovered for, but that would be through a separate piece of legislation. So my understanding is that it would not be eligible.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Just a minor addition would be that we can now recover some of the transit infrastructure like bus stops through the subdivision development control bylaw. So some pieces are recoverable, but not the majority.
Not like the bus maintenance yard. Darn. All right. And then I'm curious why we're not applying the parks DCC component to commercial, industrial, and institutional builds.
Yeah, so through the chair, so this was kind of carrying forward.
Sorry, Daryl, 1 second. You're kind of on mute here.
Okay, if you could start again, please.
Yeah, so through the chair, good enough. To maintain consistency with the current approach, what we've done is we've calculated, because right now parks under the DCC wasn't applied to non-residential development. And so the best practices guide, it doesn't necessarily mandate that it can only apply to residential. It can apply to non-residential. But again, we have to try to make a nexus between the costs that are being applied to the development and the need for that service. And so where I've seen it occur where we do apply some cost to the non-residential development, it is a minor, a nominal component, maybe like 5% at the most. But in going through to maintain consistency with the DCC and the kind of existing policies, we kept it to residential only.
And I would just add that the rates are going up quite significantly for the non-residential components, and staff are still looking to incentivize employment space in projects. So looking for ways to not have an overly onerous increase for non-residential uses. That was another rationale for that.
Okay, and then one more, if I may.
I've got sorry, Kels, you're good? Okay, go ahead.
And this is turning to the ACC legislation component. So the new ACC legislation actually allows us to capture childcare costs and recover childcare amenity related costs through ACC as opposed to the CAC policy. As it's presented here, staff have presented it to remain within our CAC policy as opposed to within the ACC policy. And I'm just curious, did we do that intentionally? Is there a reason why we're keeping it that way? My understanding is that we're trying to put as much in the ACC and DCC policy to provide clarity and certainty and know what it is that we're trying to recover in costs from development. And the childcare facilities that we have been receiving through CAC have been somewhat functional, but not super functional. And so I'm just curious if we've had like a meaningful conversation about why we're including that as CAC as opposed to an ACC cash recovery.
I can speak to that through the chair. That's a really good question. Thank you. It's essentially based on the principle that we district as a local government currently, we don't operate in childcare service provision. So we would have to have childcare facilities planned and costed out for us to take on those projects. And the mandate was to focus on recreational facilities really and parks in the ACC bylaw and continue this current system where we secure on-site childcare facilities in private developments, and then also rely on the province to provide public childcare where in a more traditional sense. But the district essentially isn't in the business of providing childcare. We facilitate it, but to include it in the bylaw would require us to have those projects on the books.
So this one is if that was a project we wanted to pursue, we pursue it through a different channel, and ultimately it may result in it being added to the ACC. But because there isn't an existing project to waiting on funding for childcare, it lives elsewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct. Essentially, I think this is a bigger conversation about the level of service we provide and what kind of services we provide before we include it in something like the ACC bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Anderson, and then myself, and then.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight a particular line item in the development cost charges bylaw project list, and it's table 5.9, infrastructure costs included in the development cost charges calculation for parks. That line item 9 is Parks and Recreation Master Plan Review, and there's a general cost estimate attached to it. Now I'm going to turn to the ACC bylaw project list, which is represented in Schedule B of that bylaw. And there is no reference to a planning exercise for the amenities that are addressed in an ACC bylaw, and they include cultural amenities. I'll note here that in Mr. Apps's presentation, when the cultural amenities are referenced, they're referenced in singular. That is cultural community center, cultural facility space, not in plural. Whereas in our Arts, Cultural, and Heritage Strategy recommendations, 6.4, recommendation tactic 6.4 addresses a planning exercise for setting targets for various kinds of cultural use spaces. So what I'm asking for is staff's consideration regarding and the absence, it appears to me, of provision for a planning exercise for cultural spaces that we would presumably would assist planning and updating our project list for the ACC bylaw, among other things. Now, in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, I'm jumping to...
I'm hoping you could land it on a question, Councillor Anderson, so we can get a reply from our staff.
I will. There is reference to a consideration whether culture may be included in a Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. My question, Mr. Veleniskis, or to staff is, what is staff's consideration regarding that parallel planning need for that other category of facilities that are addressed in the ACC bylaw? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we do have the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update in the budget in the near term, identified in the next couple of years as a major project. And I think at that point, when we come back to council for scoping up that project, we will have to deliberate the scope of that project and whether cultural facilities are included.
Thank you. You've also suggested, Mr. Veleniskis, that we're going to be updating these bylaws, hopefully, regular basis. I'll just note that the Library Board has noted that a number of municipalities around the province are doing combined studies, and for the ACC bylaw are updating cultural facility plans. That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just for those watching, I just want to make sure we orient ourselves here. We have before us a bylaws for consideration of readings that are really about a tool to achieve a funding mechanism to achieve projects that we have existing. So the discussions around additional projects and planning and so on are very important, but they need to be at a different state before they can be included in this mechanism. And I think we've bumped into that a couple of times here. I have a couple of questions, and then I'm going to go back around and I'll have you on the list, Councillor Greenlaw. So could you just run me through, I want to make sure I understand the difference between a municipal assist factor, which I believe needs to be broadly applied, versus the percentage benefit to existing. And they seem like they're in a similar category of things, and just how they interact.
Yep. So to the chair, so the benefit to existing component of a project represents the share of a project that benefits the existing community or that isn't growth related, right? So we need to, if we're going to take a building, knock it down and build a bigger one, or there's some asset management related component of the cost that really isn't caused by growth. So that's what that benefit to existing is. You can think of it as the non-growth component of the cost. The municipal assist factor is, okay, so we have identified the growth component of the cost. The legislation says that these charges are to assist local governments in funding. So by the kind of broad understanding and the best practices is that we take that growth related share, and then the local government decides how much of that are they going to fund with the municipal assist factor. So 1% being the minimum, what you're funding with the municipal assist is the growth related component, just 1% of it. If you increase that municipal assist factor, you're funding more of that growth component. So that's the difference. Benefit to existing is non-growth component. Municipal assist is how much of the growth component you're funding.
Okay, and there we go. Thank you to staff in the back for keeping this for the juggle. We're getting our rhythm. So the benefit to existing isn't something that council can set. That's run through a formula. I'm getting some nodding heads. The municipal assist factor council could consider, but what's proposed has it at the minimum assist, so that the maximum amount available to us under legislation is what's being provided by growth or development. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that everybody understands that piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, throughout this, we've heard some discussion around potential future projects to be included, and some ideas of that updating from time to time would be appropriate. I'd like to hone in on that a little bit around how we evergreen this. Are there things that we can put in there in the bylaw itself around some sort of assumed inflation numbers, or do we need to, or is best practice to set a review date so we could review the costs of the projects? Maybe the pro forma assumption of value, like I could see if the market swings one way or the other, and that reasonable percentage that was discussed earlier is no longer, there's some big change. So how do we address that? And what's the best, and sort of what's proposed and what's best practice? I'm assuming those are the same thing.
So to the chair, so the what you can do, there's really a couple options. So one being you can undertake a review every year and update the costs and update the growth forecast, and then thereby updating the charges and the bylaw every year. The other option as well to, let's say we don't want to update the projects every single year, but we do want to inflate the costs or inflate the charges because we know inflation is increasing. There is a regulation that allows you to incorporate that kind of indexing into the bylaw, but only for a period of 3 years, I believe it is. So, the kind of, I think what a number of local governments are realizing now is that some charges are out of date, and what they're finding is they need to get into a routine of updating this periodically, whether that's every year, 2, 3 years, to make sure that your capital costs are aligned with what you're seeing in the market today. So really, I would suggest that through staff, if there's a specific period, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, that you're reviewing this, or if you want to include as well the kind of ability to index the charges for the next 3 years, you can do that.
What's proposed doesn't have indexing. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think the intention was that that you'd come back and update these capital costs as on an annual basis, or I'll let staff respond to the specific timing, but I think the idea was that we'd come back and update these costs on a periodic basis, as we've heard.
Is there any reason that we couldn't set a indexed pricing for 3 years and then for the maximum, and then commit to annual review, and we may not need to open it up if it's tracking well? Like, I get that there's two different ways to address it, but do we need to choose, or is there a way we can leave ourselves open for taking action if it's needed? So taking a look at it annually, but we may not need to adjust it if it's just the cost or just the expected or the indexed price increases.
To the chair, yeah, you could do that. That is one way you could do it for sure.
Is there a downside to that?
To the chair, I would say the only downside is that if, you know, a year from now, you come back and you say, well, oh, the charge is going to index based on the consumer price index, so we don't need to look at it. That would be the only downside, is that you might say, well, the charges are going to increase, so we'll just leave it. Whereas if you actually take a look at the specific increase in the capital cost that you're seeing, they might be higher, because the challenge is, in other jurisdictions across the country, they're allowed to index the charges using the non-residential building construction price index. So it tracks tender prices to try to get closer to the capital cost inflation. The legislation in BC is actually the consumer price index, which, as we know, the consumer price index has been increasing far slower than capital cost inflation. So that would be the challenge, is that you're fixed at that consumer price index, not the capital cost inflation.
I'm going to mull that over. I think in my mind, I see having a price to inflation, whatever the number that is available to us by legislation, could be a valuable safety net should an annual review not happen as it intends. So I think that having both in place makes good sense to me. I'm going to go back around, but we do also have, I'm just reminding everyone that we're working towards consideration of readings, and if there are any sticking points, we'd look to surface them in this next round. I have Councillor Hamilton, Pettingill, then Greenlaw, then Stoner.
Thanks. I've got two questions. One, actually, they both overlap with the current financial plan, the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. And the first one is, it appears to me like there's some inconsistencies between project costs in the DCC lists and our financial plan. So for example, in the DCC lists, the landfill expansion is listed as 25 million, while in our financial plan, it's listed as 31 million. The Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge in the DCCs is listed as 20 million. In our financial plans, 24.3 million. Wastewater treatment plant, which is complete, almost, just about, listed in the DCCs as 15 million, but on our projects page, it's not on our financial plan anymore, I think, because the money's already spent, was 20 million. What's the source of these discrepancies, if they are? Maybe they're not discrepancies at all, but if these are discrepancies, what's the source of them, and how do we fix them?
So through the chair, the reports were based on the previous financial plan, the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. And so those were the best numbers we had available at the time. And this is common as we, because this project has been going on for a year, about a year now, is that through the annual capital budget process, you're going to review these capital costs. They're going to be, they most likely will be different than they are, or they were identified at the time of the study. And so what ends up getting funded from the DCC is the same percentage. So let's say the cost was 100% funded with DCCs or 99% because of the assist factor. Then even though that cost increased, you can still fund 99% of that from the DCCs. But this is where you'd want to go back and do reviews every year or so to ensure that your charges are reflective of your current capital costs. But at the time we prepared the study and at the time we prepared the capital list, that was the best information we had available, was the 2025 plan.
Yeah, thanks very much. That absolutely explains it. Sounds to me like since we're just considering adoption of the bylaw, it might be a time to put those current the current financial plan into the bylaw. Seems like an opportunity.
I just want to, just from a process perspective, we have not adopted a new financial plan, so this mechanism will forever lag behind the adoption of a new financial plan. So we won't have adopted our budget discussions and our financial plan adopted till January. So we can't, then that would be incorporated into the next update. So there's always going to be a lag behind. I think it's and ideally it would happen maybe Q1, Q2, like falling out of that would be an update to everything. And that's sort of the rhythm that we see. So aligning these things when we haven't approved a financial plan yet, it just isn't something that's viable. Although I understand that it's like carts and horses in the right order, but these things need to match over time. Yes, but that's the challenge of doing that as we sit here today. And if I'm open to any other point from anyone else in the room. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks. Carts and horses definitely need to be in the right order. Agreed. So, okay, my next, I think I firmly believe that everybody in this room wants to see us collecting enough to be able to do the things we need to do for our community. Absolutely believe that. And there's a tension between how much we're sort of front loading those charges onto our new residents. We talk about front loading developers, but ultimately it's the new residents that pay it. And in our financial plan, we clearly articulate, as noted above, one of the key challenges identified in the development of the 10-year plan is insufficient development cost charge reserves. Like, we've seen this deficit grow. Have we done any analysis or any back of the envelope calculation of how much our DCC rates would have needed to have been to get to having delivered all the projects that we would have liked to deliver on our DCC project list? And that, to me, that's, I'm thinking about that as when Mr. Daly said, well, we're having a significant increase in DCC rates. I see that, and I see the challenge that's going to put on developers. But it's not clear to me that that increase is going to be sufficient to reach our objectives. So has anybody done a back analysis of how much it would have cost or how much our DCC rates should have been to get what we want, to get what we have, to get what we want?
Is anyone who would like to answer that or provide comment on that general concepts?
Maybe so through the chair, I can start. With respect to like the specific analysis of what the DCCs would need to have been to pay for what you had planned for, I know that I have not done that analysis. But that in itself is the nature of these charges, is that in general, the charges are recovered at the time of building permit, for example. Well, for things like water and wastewater infrastructure, you need to invest in that before the development even happens. So you need to pay for that before the development happens, and then you recover the funds. The other thing is that when we take the total project costs, and so if we're planning this over 20 years, we take all those costs, we divide it by growth over 20 years. And let's say we actually had that growth and it took 20 years and we got all the growth, we wouldn't get all the money we need to do all those projects until year 20, right? So we got to prioritize, do some projects here and there, but we're never going to recover all those funds until the end. And so the nature of these charges is that we're always kind of trying to catch up, essentially. And so that's where we can utilize other reserves or reserve funds to fund things in the interim and then pay them back as we collect development cost charges and amenity cost charges.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Boxer?
Thank you for the question. Just to add a little bit more clarity, Heather Boxer, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. Mr. Abs and his team is currently actually working through a revenue projection for us, which is new for the district, based on the new rates that we are proposing. So that's an element which will allow us to better financial plan what we can actually achieve in our DCCs. At this point in time, we're looking at collections real time. We don't have a really good projection based on future development and new rates. So something we're looking forward to. Thanks.
Does that just address your question?
Yes, and I would look forward to that too.
All right, thank you. I've got Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, and my first question I think is a little bit related. So, you know, it was referenced earlier, one of the things in the new ACC bylaw is a rink/pool at about 70 million, but it may take 15, 20, 25 years if we just rely on the ACC bylaw to have accumulated the funds. I think it's pretty clear the community would like to move faster. So if we decide we really want to move fast, we have to engage in some extra taxation or whatever. Does doing so, does that preclude, say we tax for it to get it sooner? Does that mean we can't then collect the same amount of ACCs, or is there some sort of mechanism where we can pay ourselves back from the ACCs?
Yeah, so through the chair, that's exactly what you do is you would fund it from other sources. So if you have reserves or you're building up reserves to pay for the facility, and then as you collect ACCs, you can pay back those reserves that you borrowed it from. So it's kind of like an internal loan to fund the project. And you can think of that, like that's how it would happen. If you were to think of any municipality or local government and you never had development cost charges before and you implement them day one, you have zero revenues, right? And to fund any of the projects, you would need to fund it from other sources and then pay those other sources back as you collect the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
But there would still need to be the other sources to facilitate it. So whether that's the paying it back could be potentially servicing debt. Is that what we're talking about there? Just the internal borrowing piece. I don't know that that term is the same, means the same in this conversation as it does in our full financial planning. So I was looking for Ms. Boxer to provide any clarity she can there.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So internal borrowing typically is what we refer to from interfund borrowing, so money that we have established. But absolutely, as Mr. Abs had said, that you can actually go to taxation. So that would be a new funding stream at that point.
Okay. Sorry for that. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Okay, thank you. And jumping around a bit here, I thought, and maybe I misunderstood because we've talked about it in a few places, but we talked about, I thought about an expiry on CAC agreements and so on, and I don't see that. Am I mistaken there, or is there a reason why we didn't include that?
Through the chair, I believe you're referring to land development agreements. So when we've actually secured, like completed negotiations on a project and then kind of secured whatever they're going to provide, I believe council had discussed looking at staff, including an expiry date on that. So because there's problems with projects taking a very long time and not providing what was deemed sufficient amenities. But I think that that might be what you're getting at, as opposed to a CAC policy that is sort of an ongoing living document.
So that would accomplish the same thing because the CAC is part of the land development agreement. Is that correct?
The CAC policy guides staff's negotiations. So that is providing us the guidance for what we're negotiating. Eventually we come to an agreement. That agreement is secured in a land development agreement that gets registered on title. If there's no expiry date in the land development agreement, it's in perpetuity.
And just to add, the ACCs would not be part of that scheme. Like ACCs would just be payable at building permit.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so I think the answer is the land development agreement expiry will deal with the concern I had. So that's good. One of the, with ACCs, the sort of promise of them is that we collect them on every development, whereas CACs, it's only rezonings and it has to be negotiated. It can't be mandatory. But one of the downsides of CACs is because this negotiation, it costs a lot of timeline creep and uncertainty to get through a negotiated phase. And so ACCs were meant to, I think, replace CACs largely, although they don't technically have to. But I guess, are we still holding on to the same level of challenges from CACs in terms of delaying projects as we go through a long negotiating process? Or do we have some mitigation there? Is this tied in with pre-zoning? Do we expect a lot more pre-zonings to come along with this ACC stuff to kind of, again, offset, the timelines and so on?
Through the chair, this will make rezonings, this will simplify the rezoning process. Having the ACCs and being, the ACCs being not negotiated anymore, it's just imposed, will make it very clear to landowners who are selling property, to developers who are buying property, and then developers who are negotiating with the district. We just won't have to negotiate that anymore. So that in itself provides clarity to the development community and to the district. So it'll simplify the process, whether the district will then pre-zone larger areas of land because we don't need to negotiate anymore. I think it's still a question that we will have to ponder in the future. There are areas in town that are undergoing neighborhood planning processes. And so when that gets established, a neighborhood plan for an area or a neighborhood gets established, then there's some good rationale for then zoning for what you want to see in the neighborhood plan, and knowing that the ACCs and the DCCs will be paid and they don't need to be negotiated. But this in itself, I don't think is, it's changing the direction of how we do things.
Okay, I'll ponder that for a bit. My last question, I think it's been answered, but I want to make sure I understand. I didn't see a performing arts center, a historical archive, some of these things in the ACC. There is community cultural spaces. And so if I'm understanding, the reason it's that way is because we do have existing community cultural space. So that's the only thing where there's a level of service. So that's the only thing we can sort of include going forward. We are, in our own minds, maybe consider performing arts center, historical archive as things that might be cultural, community cultural spaces, but it's that sort of existing community cultural space that is causing that sort of limitation of what sort of thing in this area can go in the ACC bylaw?
Through the mayor, one thing I will note is that the list of projects that were included in these bylaws is based on our master plans. And one of the things that we need to do is update our recreation and parks master plan. And so facilities such as that might be considered as part of that planning process. And out of that planning process, what might come out is an updated list of facilities that we need to include. And then it will depend on, the prevailing level of service and how much of that cost can be offloaded to ACCs.
But just to make sure I understand, so let's say somehow in the next 2 weeks, we came up with a plan for a performing arts center. This would, because our prevailing level of service is based on community cultural spaces, that would be a limiting factor, even if we had a plan for a new thing all of a sudden. Is that correct? Or because we don't have an existing performing arts center, so the prevailing level of service is 0 for that right now?
I will defer that question to Mr. Abs.
So through the chair, so when we actually looked at the prevailing level of service, what we did was we actually looked at it together with all of the amenity cost charge projects. But what we did show was that based on what's already identified, there's only maybe $6 million worth of room in there. So if you had identified, let's say, a facility that's $40 million, you still wouldn't be able to include it because we would be exceeding the prevailing level of service that we identified. So the prevailing level of service, we've already pretty much used up all of that room. And so any additional facilities, you're right, we wouldn't be able to necessarily include because of that limitation. But it's not that we look at them on a specific item by item basis. We did kind of look at all of those amenities together as one when we did the prevailing level of service calculation.
Do you have a follow-up for that? And I would like to move on if we can.
Yeah, I just maybe signal where I am. So just to have a lot more comfort now that I've heard the discussion. I think personally before approving, I'd like to see oceanfront roads and some automatic indexing, but wait to see what my colleagues say.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I've got Councillor Greenlaw, Stoner, then Anderson.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure if this has been fully answered yet or not, but I was just wondering if we had incorporated any contingency and inflation in the project costs that we've estimated.
So through the chair, the requirement is to identify the costs in today's dollars. And so that's where periodic reviews are required to ensure that you're increasing these charges based on inflation. So everything we do is in today's dollars, or 2024 dollars, when we identified the projects.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if you folks can provide a comparison of our proposed rates to other neighboring municipalities or local governments.
Yeah, so through the chair, and I know previously this had been provided in one of the previous presentations to council. I might have been the initial one in the committee of the whole. But I know that in comparing your charges to, and I know that I think Whistler just recently put a report together and summarized this. When you compared, they've compared to Surrey, Burnaby, Sun Peaks, Langley, Whistler, Port Moody, and Mission. Squamish is the lowest for the single detached charges for development cost charges, and ACCs together currently. And so when you're looking at apartments, your charges are generally comparable to those other jurisdictions. One of the challenges with comparing these types of charges between communities is that you also have subdivision servicing bylaws, which say as part of your development, you have to build XYZ. And different jurisdictions can have different levels of requirements, which would put more or less into the development cost charge. And so when you're looking at just one component, the development cost charges or the amenity cost charges, you're kind of missing that other component. And each jurisdiction will have their own challenges. You know, if your one jurisdiction has a lot of development in a low-lying area, there's going to be a lot more cost for drainage than there would be in another community. And it doesn't, just the quantum of the charges doesn't necessarily reflect the needs of the community to accommodate the development.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate some of the challenges of comparing to communities. But it is helpful, I think, just as kind of a grounding and a touch point in terms of where we are ranking. I guess from a high level policy perspective, that gives me pause from the perspective of we have one of the lowest rates compared to those other communities for single family detached homes, which are actually the ones that require the highest level of service for things like sewer and drainage. Whereas our costs for higher density type of development that make more efficient use of our underground infrastructure are being charged at a higher rate compared to those communities. And so from a policy perspective, I'm just curious if that was considered in how we've established these rates at all in terms of actually accounting for the impact that these types of developments have on the infrastructure that we're charging them for.
Yeah, so through the chair, when we're looking at the building that nexus between the capital costs and the charges. That's why we tend to look at the costs on a per capita basis. So for example, we're talking about things like water, wastewater. We know that the capacities are generally determined on a per capita basis. When we're looking at things like ACCs, when we're looking at the need for libraries and rec centers, those are generally determined on how many square feet we need per capita per person. And so because most of the capital costs and the needs are determined based on through the master plans are determined based on per capita basis or number of people, then that's why we've calculated the charges on the per capita basis and then applied those charges to those different respective unit types based on the average persons per unit in those units based on Statistics Canada data.
So if just to pick up this sort of the thought on this, is this expected to be a tool, or is it appropriate for this tool to be used to incentivize or certain types of development and disincentivize other types? We heard a little bit of comment around the commercial industrial category. Just broadly, that concept, is that an appropriate use of a ACC DCC bylaw if a council decided to or wanted to entertain that concept, or is that just something that is not appropriate for this use of this type of policy?
So to the chair, it's actually not permissible under the legislation to target reductions for specific types of developments. So through the best practices guide, there's different approaches on how to determine what the charges are, but we don't have the ability to just go and say we want to charge apartments more and this one less without the backing of the approach and understanding what that nexus is between the development. I mean, in other jurisdictions in the country, yes, you have the flexibility to do that, but in BC, there's only certain types of developments for which you can provide waivers or reductions or exemptions.
Okay, thank you. I just want that's useful understanding. I always like to know whether it's something whether we can before I enter into whether we should. So thank you for squaring that away. I have Councillor Stoner, did you have additional questioning there? I sort of jumped in. If you have an additional one, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'll move on to Councillor Anderson.
I think maybe briefly, perhaps for finance.
You have to come back.
I think one of the tension points here that's been articulated is we haven't done enough to actually capture from development the full cost of growth in our current DCC bylaws. And maybe this isn't exclusively for finance. This is but one tool in our overall tool set, but how confident are we that the rates that we're establishing here will allow us to capture the costs, at least of the projects that we know? Like, we know that these aren't even all the projects on the list, but will this get us over the line?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll start and then I'll let my colleagues and Mr. Abs add wherever I miss. I cannot say for sure confidence. What I would say is the revenue projections will definitely help us. I don't think this is necessarily a matter of covering costs per se. It's about the cash flow in time for the need of the infrastructure we want to build. So as Mr. Abs had said previously, you can continue to charge for something even after you've built it. So it's not about recouping the cost. It's about the timing in which we collect enough. And so hence the reason why the way the DCCs are structured, it's in a pool and you prioritize what you can do within that pool of money in your reserve. So it's yet to be seen. We're looking for a projection which will give us some clarity. One of the things that we'll be speaking about at the SOP and capital workshop is this idea, and we don't have the full team here, but this idea of a DCC strategy, which will help us prioritize in different ways and with the help of that projection. But to your point, confidence, I can't say for sure at this point.
If I could just add,
Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose in this conversation that the ACCs is a new tool. So it's not like something that we could have used in the past. This is a brand new tool that allows us to recover more of the costs. And even the DCCs, the scheme has been going through evolution where there are additional aspects of infrastructure that have been added over the years for the district to recover. And it's not a perfect tool to recover costs associated with growth. It's just one piece that we're moving ahead. And I hear some hesitation in council that it's not perfect yet, but we just need something in place now so we can start collecting the money and then come back next year, do an update, and then come back every year almost to do regular updates, because it's really hard in this changing environment where the costs are changing, financial plans are changing, to get something perfect in any given time.
Thank you for that. Just on the new, I was going to pick up on the new tool piece, the ACC. The ACCs would apply more broadly than the CAC policy did. Am I correct? So if someone has a lot now that's zoned for to build a triplex, and they bring in a building permit, or they apply for a building permit to build that triplex under what we have today as we sit here, they would not have to pay any CACs, but under this, they would need to contribute to the ACC fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. Every residential project with new dwelling units will have to pay ACCs. I think there will be a bit of a lag with larger projects because anyone that's negotiated CACs and has an agreement in hand don't have to pay ACC. So there'll be a bit of a lag until those projects move on. But for the new zoning that the province has legislated for the multiplexes, all of those projects, they wouldn't have any agreements in place, so they would be paying ACCs.
Okay, thank you. That who pays into this piece and make sure I feel is important. I've got Councillor Anderson next. Oh, Councillor Pettingill, sorry, did you have a follow-up further question there? Do you still feel it's relevant, or do you want to come next?
Yeah, just on Councillor Stoner's line of questioning, I apologize if I missed something, but I understand that for, like a rec center or a sewage treatment plant, the per capita cost is the same regardless of the housing form. But my understanding is it's well established that certain infrastructure, especially linear infrastructure like roads and pipes, the housing form really does impact the cost per capita. It varies by the housing form. And my recollection is that we've actually had this conversation in council. And so it's not an disincentive. It's a matter of capturing the actual cost for linear infrastructure. And so I'm just wondering how we are accommodating that differential cost on linear infrastructure.
So through the chair, so when we're identifying these costs, we're utilizing the information from the master plans. And the master plans generally identify all of the costs and all the projects required for all of the development, and don't get into the specific need for certain pipes that are required for certain types of development. So without the engineering background for every single project to say, well, this project is specifically required for low density development, this project, because what happens with linear infrastructure is very localized to certain areas. But because we're looking at it broadly on the district basis, we're taking the total cost divided by the total growth. And so although there is the potential ability to get into that, we would need engineering guidance from a master plan. And so what I would suggest is, if that's something to be explored, that in subsequent updates, that as master plans are updated, that the capital costs are identified, the share of costs that are identified for high density versus low density are incorporated into the master plans, and then those can be pulled into the development cost charge bylaw in that way.
But how deep does this have to go, or can we sort of keep it fairly high level and say, roughly, like it's a 10% is this form of housing, and so we can skew the things 10% because that, or do we really have to go project by project in detail specifics?
So through the chair, this has to go to the province for approval. The inspector of municipalities and their staff will review against the best practices guide. And the best practices guide doesn't suggest or doesn't provide kind of that approach. And so if it varies from that approach, then we need to have a detailed explanation of why and an engineering backup to that. So if we were to just say, well, we decided it's 10%, we would need the engineering background again from those master plans that said, okay, the engineers in the master plan said these, and even if in the master plans they've said, okay, well, we understand that based on the anticipated development, the apartments or the high density development is going to use require, 10% or, and then the rest are going to require 80% and medium density, the other 10%. Then we can incorporate that into the analysis. But unless we have an engineer from a specific master plan to guide that, I, as like a financial consultant, couldn't provide that. I don't think the province would accept that as the good basis for the calculation.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson and then just broadly to the group, inclusive of myself. We're about an hour behind where we projected to be in our agenda. So we do have recommendation for all three readings of these bylaws, and I'll be looking for a mover or of that or an alternate course of action from council. But to set us up for that, I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson, and then I'd like to try to move towards a recommendation here. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. According to Mr. Apps's presentation, and this is also reflected in the staff recommendation here in front of us, there's a plan to bring both, or a preference to bring both bylaws back for adoption on the same date. I'm curious as to how critical this is. What considerations might there be if we choose to hold on to the DCC bylaw for further consultation, for example? Does this have implications for the upcoming financial plan? I can leave it at that.
Thank you for the question through the chair. It doesn't have implications on the upcoming financial plan, but I would caution to council the further long that we prolong this, the less money we're going to be collecting because we're leaving those new rates on the table effectively.
Go ahead, Mr. Vilniuskas.
Thank you. And I will also note that we are constrained currently with our capacity. So it'd just be hard for staff to estimate when this can come back.
Okay. On this point, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
On that, and I hear it, there are a few things that I've heard from the group that there was some consideration around. One, it was ensuring that the oceanfront roads was included, or there was good rationale for why it was not. And the other one is around including inflationary cost escalation within the bylaw. And I'm just curious if those are things that we can provide direction while still giving 3 readings. We could take a, when we're ready, we could pause and take a timeout.
Yeah, sorry, staff's just give them a moment to have a discussion. I would welcome a timeout if needed. Yes, and before we do that, I just want to go, council, I have one question on this, and then which may feed into the timeout questioning. My question was, we've discussed a little bit today about the timing of this and what the inputs are for these things, or now, or for a future review. What is the review cycle and timing of that makes the most sense going forward? I get that this is a new piece of work. We're here now in and amongst our budget process, but does this make sense to happen in Q1, 2, feeding in from what we've learned in the budget process? I'm not saying that we're going to do this one again, but just when, like, what does that review process, does staff, and if we just passed what was in front of us, when would a review happen, and what's the ideal, which I'm assuming is the ideal timeline? Is this like, spring 20, this now is to get us to spring 2027? or is this, we're back here this time next year having this discussion, or future council is, or whatever that works out to?
That's a great question, and maybe that's something that we can come back to council after we recess.
Okay, so I'm gonna give, I had a break on my notes here following this topic, so I'm gonna do the timeout and a break. I'm gonna give you one more question, and then we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and that's our break, not just a timeout, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Is about the piece that we didn't even get to, which is the remaining rezoning application alignment with the official community plan policy. And there is quite a few changes in there, but one of the biggest ones I think is actually an increase to the threshold for delivery of on-site affordable housing from 30 units to 50 units projects. I'm just wondering if staff can clarify why that change is being proposed and if any consultation has happened on the review of that policy.
Through the chair, that change is being proposed to reflect the current development climate. Previously, a number of years ago when this was first introduced, a lot of projects at the 30 units were really struggling with that requirement. I don't believe we've had any actually come to fruition, even if they have been negotiated, they haven't gone to building yet. So recognizing all of the, through the consultation with UDI, there are a lot of challenges, as you've probably noted in their correspondence. Staff thought it was reasonable, seeing as how the ACCs are being implemented and the DCCs are going up higher, to up this requirement to make it a more viable negotiating piece.
Thank you for that information. Well, I respectfully will take that away and consider how we might reorient. I think the question that I have is ACCs do not allow us to collect money for affordable housing. And so how that has been our primary mechanism for doing so has been through our community amenity contribution policy. Are we still allowed to collect cash in lieu for affordable housing through our CAC policy?
Yes, I think that still remains in the policy as an option.
Okay, let's put on the list for the things in the break, just to make sure that we nail it. So we're going to recess now for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 8:46 precisely. Thank you. a quick break. I'll turn it back to staff for answers to some questions from prior to our break. Go ahead. I don't know who wants to start us. Whoever wants to start us, take it away.
I'll start us off and we'll go from there. So I believe there were 4 things that the council requested more information for. One of them was the one of the DCC projects, the Peninsula Road, and perhaps Mr. Merrill can provide an answer.
Mr. Abs has that one.
Or Mr. Abs has that one. There we go. Thank you.
So through the chair, speaker is working good.
It is. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as part of the calculations in table 5.1, we have a line item called reserve fund adjustment. And so where we have ongoing projects that have identified funding, so we take the reserve fund balance at the end of the year 2023, and then we make adjustments for those ongoing projects. One of those adjustments that were made was for the oceanfront project. So it has been incorporated into the calculations.
Okay. Councillor Pettingill, was that your question, if I remember correctly? And do you have a follow-up before I move on through the remaining questions?
Yeah, and so just for clarity, is this because this is sort of at the end of this project and this is how sort of in the last year things would end up? Or is it, you know, if, because we heard that, you know, we might fund something from taxation much earlier and then you might presumably collect DCCs for 15 years. So would we not see for 15 years a line item and and you're saying it's just not last year, it ends up in this reserve bucket?
Yeah, so through the chair, if there's projects that are already undertaken and then there's an unfunded component, which is that amount we need to pay back, or there's a front-ender agreement that we need to pay back credits, those can be rolled into the reserve fund adjustment line item. It's just a way of showing it in the schedule. But yeah, so the costs related to that project have been incorporated into the calculations for recovery.
Okay, I'll leave my comments.
Okay, thank you. If take us on to the next answer.
Okay, so the next one was whether we could include CPI in the DCC bylaw. And so we have a proposal for Squamish to consider, or for council to consider the an additional language that council could include now in the DCC bylaw. This can't go into the ACC bylaw because the legislation won't allow it, but there's a regulation that allows it to go into the DCC bylaw. And that would be that the DCC bylaw be given first, second, and third reading as amended by inserting the following item 5.4, which is part 5 in the DCC bylaw, talks about calculation of DCCs. And that the additional language is the charges in this bylaw shall be increased annually on January 1st of each year, beginning January 1st, 2027, in accordance with the Consumer Price Index of British Columbia, in accordance with BC Regulation 1117/2018, the index shall be calculated based on the year-over-year change. So that would allow us for the cost to essentially keep up with the CPI at least. So that's a proposal to be added to the DCC bylaw motion.
Okay. My question there is then I know that this goes in tandem with a renew or with a review of the bylaw and see if that's sufficient or appropriate. Am I foreshadowing your next answer? Was that one of the outstanding questions? Okay, so let's go there unless there's any questions on that piece from council. I'm not seeing any hands, so go ahead.
So one of the other questions was the cadence of the bylaw updates, and essentially what we can do from this point of view, looking ahead, is kind of a bigger update of the bylaw every 2 years. And so a bigger update of the bylaw every 2 years is, you know, updating significantly the cost estimates in the bylaw and or keeping up with new master plans that are being developed.
So in that scenario where we're 2-year renewal, there was some sort of time limitation that we were hearing earlier from Mr. Abs, I believe, around when that CPI could be apply. So just, do we need to put a time limitation on that in the language that you proposed, or is that time limit just sort of assumed because it's in the legislation itself?
So to the chair, it's assumed because it's in the legislation and it's for a period of 4 years. And so the regulation is clear, it speaks to it. So you can say for a period of 4 years, or you can, it's just assumed as part of the legislation.
Okay, and then, oh, sorry. I have to take a breath before I speak. It's a challenge. So with that in mind, where is the language? Can you point to language or where the language exists or perhaps should exist that signals that review timeline?
I'm not sure if there's a way for us to commit to a review in a bylaw. That's going to be done through the financial plan because we will need resources to do the bylaw updates, and that's where I think that lives. Council could issue a motion to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
There was one more thing.
Yep. I'm back to you.
Okay, and the last thing was the affordable housing contributions and whether that was still possible given the new rezoning alignment policy. And so we took a look at that new or revised policy. We believe it's still possible. It still maintains the community amenity fund. Really something like this, a cash in lieu payment, should live outside of the policy, given the legislative or the legal landscape when it comes to CACs now. If you have anything that is sort of a charge or there's a target monetary not in a bylaw, the courts don't seem to like that. And so I'm sure there will be room for negotiations in rezoning situations for affordable housing.
Okay, Council, I think we did a good job fleshing out all the questions we had at the time. Have these responses triggered any other questions, same category, or is there something else that we need addressed before we contemplate a step we take here? Councillor Pettingill?
Well, just sort of mulling over the last point, is there a reason why, if we were concerned about still achieving contributions to affordable housing, why we wouldn't leave the threshold at 30 and understand it is a negotiation and we might not have dollar values and so on, but that would give us a sort of set the expectation a little bit higher and then we might negotiate from there? Or does, having a 30 or 50 in the policy really preclude us from negotiating something different in terms of like $1 per square foot if it made sense for a particular development and everyone agreed?
Through the chair. So I think what you're asking is, are you still allowed to negotiate like a cash contribution for an affordable housing? The answer would be yes, if everyone is in agreement with that. Typically, you would have to provide someone that option if it wasn't possible for them to, for whatever reason, accommodate or meet the target in the policy. But then that would be kind of negotiated with staff and then brought forward to council to ultimately decide if that was an acceptable proposal for the rezoning application.
Yep, go ahead.
Just one more aspect in that we have a few agreements, development agreements that we have negotiated that's in that 30 to 50 townhouse range. And they just haven't come to fruition. And we've seen a few of them come back to us and try to renegotiate that. And what normally happens is the project will go through the rezoning process, will sell, and the new buyers will, or new prospect buyers will come forward and say, well, we can't do this. Can we renegotiate something else? So it's just, that was an indication that that policy for 30 units is just, given the current cost environment, is not feasible.
Yep, go ahead.
But might it also be an indication that people are paying too much for the land?
It's possible, yes.
The practice of receiving a lower percentage of or securing a lower percentage of affordable housing units delivered by a project for the ownership to be transferred fee simple to the municipality or the housing society. Does this policy still hold on to our ability to do so? And is that no longer that opportunity for both parties no longer available given this regime?
No, that still exists. The only thing that's proposed to change here is the threshold that would trigger that negotiation.
Okay, thank you. So council, just as a heads up to everyone in your council, and thank you staff for this, in your council mail, there is the language, the suggested language around the CPI or the cost increase. And so I'm hoping we can start moving this forward. Councillor Stoner, are you?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move first 3 readings of the Squamish Amenity Cost Charge Bylaw and the Development Cost Charge Bylaw with the amendment as by inserting the following language as item 5.4 in the bylaw. The charges in this bylaw shall be increased annually on January 1st of each year, beginning January 1st, 2027, in accordance with the Consumer Price Index for British Columbia, in accordance with BC Regulation 117/2018. The index shall be calculated based on the year-over-year change. If that's seconded, I'll speak to it.
I'll second that. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that has gone into this from staff, our consultant, and the deliberation with council, as well as stakeholders from the development community, as well as the community at large. I do want to recognize there were some, I think, really good webinars that were held to try and provide some further context to our community about the different forms of tools and charges that we use to capture fees from new development. I think for me, ACCs and DCCs are an opportunity to provide certainty through the development process by being clear on the costs and charges that we expect new development to cover. And it's not about making developers' projects pencil out or make them work for them or make them more feasible. It's also not about trying to slow development down. It is really about ensuring that new growth is helping to pay for the infrastructure that is needed to make our communities not only work, but make them actually really livable and vibrant and thrive. And so I think we definitely did our due diligence and deliberation here. We had sent this bylaw back to staff once before. We continue to refine this process. It is not perfect. It is not the only tool that we use. It is one of a few different tools that we use to try and capture different types of revenue sources. But it is a really important one. And we have started to live through some of the challenges of not keeping, especially the DCC bylaw, up to date year over year. I think we're getting better at updating it more frequently and ensuring that the projects that we put into it are well costed. And if we don't do that well, then we end up in tricky financial times. And so I think that this is really important work. I'm happy that we have done the level of due diligence and scrutiny that is here. I also just want to re-echo something that staff had mentioned and just give a moment to recognize how important the addition of the new amenity cost charge tool is for our communities, both here in Squamish as well around the province. This has been a piece of advocacy that we have done over the years to try and encourage the province to give us this tool so that we can provide more clarity in the way that we have been capturing costs from development to contribute to growth, not just for pipes and water and roads, but also for libraries and recreation facilities and cultural spaces, which has only been done on an ad hoc basis through negotiation at rezoning in the past. And so this provides some certainty in that space. I do have ongoing concerns around the affordable housing component. That was a real letdown from the province that they didn't include affordable housing as part of the ACC framework that was provided. And so it leaves us in a little bit of a lurch where we have used that in the past as one of the primary, our community amenity contribution policy is one of the primary ways to secure affordable housing or cash in lieu for affordable housing. And so that's my one hesitation in all of this, is how that will continue to balance out. I appreciate that we're not actually adopting or approving the policy for the revamped community amenity contribution policy here tonight. And so I will have a follow-up motion on that at a later date. But that is all for my comments on third reading.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks for all the work on this and the, I appreciate all the information coming back from the first time we saw this. One quick thought, I think it will be important. I understand that that fund in the last year, the reserve fund, it's not maybe the exact right word. I think it's going to be really important for our understanding, whether it's in the staff report or whatever, when the next iteration of the bylaw comes, if there's any of these things tailing off, that we see them itemized and understand kind of that they're at the end and where they've gone. So just a future note. I am excited about the ACC tool because we have been very limited in many ways about collecting fees, actually having development pay for itself. And I know that the development context right now is really challenging, but at the same time, we have seen property values explode more than labor costs or anything. And the only way I think we get a handle on that is you know, it puts downward pressure on land prices, which hurts if you bought land at a high price. And I understand that, but I think we can't go down a path where we keep facilitating the ever expanding land prices. I will say too, one bit of frustration. We hear a lot from the community that we don't do enough to make developers pay. And we use every tool we have, and we spent 2 hours tonight digging into the details of the really, what has really been challenging tools. We have a new tool available to us. It's a really good opportunity. I hope folks are watching online. They just wanted more comfortable chairs. But you know, this is where we grapple with the really challenging tools to do everything that the community wants, and we push every one of them to the limit, I think. And so I hope there are a few folks, and I'm thankful for a couple of people that are left in the gallery paying attention. But yeah, I think if there's one discussion that was really relevant to the community, is this one we just had. And I guess it's on YouTube so people can watch it back, and yeah, it might be worth a watch.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I've got Councillor Anderson, then Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, adding a couple of observations. I note in the description of the engagement activities prepared by staff, there's reference to a November 27 stakeholder meeting. Of course, the webinars, one of which I participated in, and there were other meeting presentation opportunities that I know Mr. Daly was engaged in with other organizations. However, I find the correspondence available to us with the UDI and that limited November 27 meeting a little bit perhaps limited. I think that there is a general picture of how we are responding to current market conditions and how we might have more deserving better awareness, and how we might have more clarity, discussion, and perhaps deliberation on how we can meet these challenges. We have
for a brief break to address some technical issues. We are back. Sorry, in our eagerness to be back, we are missing the next person on my speakers list, which was Councillor French. Is there anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak as we wait? Oh, Councillor Hamilton, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to staff for all the work on this and going back and looking at it again. Thanks to Mr. Abs for going and digging into the prevailing level of service calculations. This is, for me, this is really a saying that's coming into my head quite strongly, is not letting perfection get in the way of progress. I do not firmly believe that this is these are perfect bylaws that are going to get us to where we need to go ultimately, but they are absolutely progress. Our DCC bylaw update, particularly including active transportation in our DCC bylaw, is a critical piece because that is how our transportation master plan is going to come to fruition. The cost of including roads, the roads that would be needed to increase our population by 26,000 people would be considerably more than the cost that are reflected in the current DCC bylaw, or this proposed DCC bylaw. On the ACC bylaw, I can absolutely see how it can be perceived or seen from developers as an added cost. It's my sincere hope that this really does reduce the amount of time and uncertainty that developers spend on their projects when they purchase a piece of land and don't know what that CAC negotiation is going to be. That simply costs them money. And what I see the ACC bylaw effectively doing is being able to, instead of paying the interest to the bank, some of that money can go into the community for the amenities that we need. So with that, yeah, I'm absolutely in support of, I am in support of the ACC and DCC bylaws for third reading. I do think we're going to need to find a rhythm of updating these to make sure we keep them evergreen so that we can not get behind again. But that's a problem for another day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor French next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I won't be supporting the motion. The cost increases that I'm seeing here based on feedback I've received is just too steep, too high. The change will particularly be painful for small to medium-sized local developers who are in a very difficult position, even getting financing. So what I see here, we run the risk of those projects that do actually get financing will end up with projects that are going to be very expensive and very difficult to reach, this particularly for local buyers. And in opting not to support the bylaw, I do agree with my council colleagues that a significant amount of diligent work went into this project. And I do appreciate the level of effort that has been put into this file.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, did you have an additional comment?
Yeah, I did want to, it was close to a deal breaker for me initially, the fact that we weren't accommodating linear infrastructure, because it is something we've talked about a few times at this council, and our expectation, I think, that be addressed. But knowing that that's something that we actually can't address here without at least first being addressed in our master plans, I want to put out the flag that this is an area that I think is important as we work on our master plans to make sure we can accommodate, because my understanding is these are actually significant costs and we need to make sure we are appropriately dealing with them. It's just clear that it's not, this isn't the mechanism by which we can do that.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I'd like to thank, I'll just start by thanking staff and Mr. Abs for their work on this since we've last seen it. I think it's really increased mine and the rest of council's understanding, and it feels like comfort level to be able to move this forward. I do think this is a responsible course of action as we, as a community, come to better understand the true costs of growth. I think it's important that we maximize the tools that we have to address those. And I think this goes a long way. Without bringing this these rates and the new ACC tool online, the existing residents would be unduly burdened with the growth and ultimately the profit from the development community. So I think that that this is an appropriate course of action. Growth has costs, and growth should pay for growth as much as possible. And I think this sets us up well to do that. I'm happy to see the inclusion of the CPI. As everyone in this room likely knows, I will not be sitting at this table going forward. And it gives me some comfort that if the next council for some reason has different priorities that come up, or something else emergent happens that takes some capacity, we have a safety net in there of cost increases over time to ensure that a large gap doesn't open up if it's not given the specific attention that I will likely feel it deserves at those future reviews. So again, the cadence of those reviews is something we can discuss at our more detailed budget discussions to make sure they're funded to do so. But for now, I'm happy to see this move forward, and in particular, bringing that new ACC tool online, I think is wonderful. And we have a new. With this, we're one major step closer to having this new ACC tool that will not rely exclusively on negotiations at rezoning for contributions to our amenities, but everything that increases the population of the community will now be contributing. So this is a big change, and I'm happy to see it move forward. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor French opposes. Motion carries. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I just have one quick follow-up motion, and that would be to direct staff to review the affordable housing policy targets in the rezoning application alignment with official community plan policy, and conduct consultation with relevant stakeholders, including a formal referral to the Squamish Community Housing Society. If it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Councillor Pettingill, you seconding that? Go ahead.
Thank you. And I did send this already to Victoria. Thank you for our minutes. I think that this is important. We are not, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, we're not actually approving this policy here tonight. The request is that we do that at adoption. And I just think it's important that we do another due diligence and some outreach to our stakeholders who will probably be most impacted by the decisions that we're making in that policy, so we can have some informed feedback when we bring that back for consideration amongst council.
If I could just ask a point of clarity from staff. I know we have capacity challenges always, but particularly at the moment. Does this motion, are we talking about delaying adoption? Do these things need to come together, or is there, I just want to make sure I understand what was proposed and how far this changes from that, and just I know it's delicate, but if you could touch on what your first reaction is to this as far as timing and all these pieces fitting together.
I think we can bring it. I don't think it will delay if all we have to do is consultation with the highly affected stakeholders. That can happen. We have a good relationship with the society, and we can have certainly that conversation if we haven't had one already.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, happy to support this. I'm not quite there yet on the shift from 50 to 30 units. And I just use this opportunity in the name of things not being perfect. I understand some challenges around not having identified daycare projects, but I don't think it serves anyone to burn time on negotiation if we don't have to. And the ACC was meant to stop that. It's almost got that, but we've got two things left that we haven't found a good home for, which still leaves everyone at risk of burning a bunch of time in negotiation, which doesn't help anyone. So if we can move daycare into the ACC and figure out a way, and that this is not for when it comes back, but I'm just putting this out there. If we can figure out a way to really solidify and make very explicit, I think, the affordable housing piece somehow, we've got to, we're missing the whole point of this, or a lot of the point of this, if we still end up with long negotiations after all this work we've done. So yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments on this piece? I'll be supporting. I'd like to have as much this piece of information would be helpful for the upcoming discussion of this. I will just caution in other situations there have been examples of pushing for a higher percentage, and 100% of zero is zero, which is what we've been hearing, a version of that with the smaller developments not being able to deliver what's asked of them. Now, I don't know that it's as binary as moving it from 30 to 50, or if there's some sort of gray scale that can be incorporated there, but I'm open to having that conversation and for that to feed into our decision at this next step. So I'll call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. I just had a quick question on this. I know we're all eager I'm also eager to move on with it. There was discussion of examples of facilities that fed into some of the costing that we had, and I just wondered if that could be shared with, or if there were examples that could be shared with the with council and or the community on these ones. I know that other communities, it was North Vancouver, Burnaby, I know New West has done something, but does that information exist in one place that would be relatively easy to pass along to us, or is that its own project that we need to initiate?
I would suggest that we could look into that, sharing it on our website when we get back to regular operations.
Okay, I will leave it there. But that was some of those I was familiar with, and others were new to me. So I think it's an important, could be an important piece of information for the community as we start to really grapple with our what and we need to do and how in regards to recreation facilities. So with that, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Valniskas. Next up, we have consideration of second and third reading for the District of Squamish Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Bylaw. Hello. The floor is yours when you're ready. Thank you for your patience. We are running drastically behind this evening, and I apologize for that. Actually, while staff's getting set up for this, I'm going to preemptively move a motion to extend, as we're not going to get through our the remainder of our agenda in the next 28 minutes. So seconded by Councillor French. I'll just say, I'm sorry, team, but we're working through big things. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Would staff like a brief recess to, or? Okay, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chetan Kaur, and I'm the Information and Privacy Supervisor and Deputy Corporate Officer for the District of Squamish. And here with our Corporate Officer, Melissa Fonbloto, I will be presenting the FOI bylaw, the amendment FOI bylaw for second and third reading. For the discussion today, I will be providing further information, background information on the amendment bylaw. I will also discuss the proposed amendments to the FOI bylaw. Then we will be sharing information about actions taken to address council feedback received at the previous meeting. And then further, I will mention the staff recommendation. So the FOI bylaw designates the privacy head and privacy coordinator for the purpose of FOIPA. FOIPA is the privacy legislation, Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. It also outlines the responsibility of the privacy head and the designate. And it also sets the fee required to be paid under Section 75 of the legislation. At the September 2nd, 2025 special business meeting, the FOI bylaw received first reading And council had directed staff to provide further clarity regarding fees for commercial applicants for processing the FOI request. There were in total 5 amendments proposed to the bylaw. The first one was to add definition for the applicant. Section 3.1 and 3.2 amendment appoints the privacy officers, that's the privacy head and the privacy coordinator for the purpose of the legislation. Section 4.0, which is the 4th amendment, adds wording for the powers of the head and the designate. And lastly, we are adding some wording to establish fees for commercial applicants. So text is quite small, but what we did after the council meeting, we further looked at what information is already included in the FOI bylaw. So on the left, Schedule A, that's currently attached to the current FOI bylaw, has a section that talks about commercial applicant. It establishes fees for the commercial applicants to the actual cost to the public body. For further clarity, we added another line item to the fees and charges bylaw Schedule 1 that outlines the fee that will be charged to all commercial applicants. And we have further listed different services for which the fee will be charged. So, and then it aligns with the wording in the legislation that the fee will be the actual cost to the public body. With that, the staff recommends that District of Squamish Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Bylaw number 2257/2015, Amendment Bylaw number 3114/2024 be given second and third reading. That's it for my presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, questions on what we've heard? And just for those watching, this came to us not that long ago, where it was given first reading. So some of this is familiar ground and some of it is the refinement for consideration here of second and third reading. Any questions? There's a staff recommendation if that's where we are. Councillor French, are you moving that? Is there a seconder? I'll second it. Go ahead.
Great work.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think the amendments that have been made are very useful when reading the bylaw. I think it just helps clarify the fee schedule. And so I think as presented, it is supportable. Thank you so much for the extra work.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Pennegill.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's represents helpful, clarifications, and I really apologize for keeping you here tonight. And I thank you and wish you the best of luck.
Any other comments, Council? I'm happy to support. I think overall this this category of things, being freedom of information and protection of privacy, are incredibly important to how we conduct ourselves here as a governing body and as a organization broadly. So I'm really happy to see this this work advance, and thank you so much for all the work that got us here. And I think our community will be well served with both the freedom of information piece balanced with the protection of privacy piece. So thank you very much for that. And I'm more than happy to support, and hopefully we'll see us back for adoption soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. I hope it was worth the wait this evening. Thank you. And so next we will move on to adoptions. And so we're going into permissive tax exemptions, and I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Mayor Herford, I wish to declare conflict on the bylaw applying to Squamish Valley Golf Club, next step on our agenda, as I'm a member of the affiliated curling club, and the fate of this bylaw or the application, permissive tax application, can affect membership fees. So I'll excuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. We will come and find you when we're done dealing with this matter. Thank you. So just to orient everybody, we generally do, our common practice is we don't have a presentation here for during adoption, so we just move through them. Is there someone ready to move adoption? Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Pettingill, do you mind, or Councillor French, do you want to grab? Welcome back, Councillor Anderson. We are now on to item C2. So this is the permissive tax exemption for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I'd
we
like
do
to
them
move them all
together.
as a block.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for moving that, Councillor Stoner, to move us through the agenda here. I will second that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. So next up, we have a staff report around from corporate administration, appointment of a deputy corporate officer. Do we have any I know it's like not a presentation. Do you have anything to say to this?
I did not have anything to say to this.
Okay.
We are in need, we will soon be in need of additional people that can sign paperwork and provide procedural advice at council meetings. And so we're setting ourselves up for success in November.
Thank you very much. I will move that Victoria Ray, Manager of Legislative Services, be appointed Deputy Corporate Officer for the purpose of executing and witnessing documents and for registering documents with the Land Title and Survey Authority of British Columbia. And seconded by Councillor Stoner. I'll just say welcome and thank you. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So now we're on to item 8B1, development permit amendment number for DPA 41 WLNG facility. Take it away when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Hay, planner with the Community Planning Department. Tonight, I will be presenting Development Permit Amendment number DPA 00041 or DPA 41 for Council's decision. The application proposes to amend a previously approved form and character development permit related to wood fiber LNG facility. Given the scope of the changes, this development permit amendment is subject to council approval. If the project design meets the relevant guidelines outlined in the official community plan or OCP, approval of the permit is non-discretional. The subject property is located at the site of the former wood fiber pulp mill. The OCP land use designation is intensive industrial, and the property is zoned general industrial. The site is subject to DPA 1, protection of the environment, DPA 11, protection from wildfire hazard. Both of these DPAs are delegated to staff. The site is also subject to DPA 10, intensive and restricted industrial, which is the basis of tonight's consideration. The project has received approvals from relevant regulators, and construction of the LNG facility is underway in accordance with those approvals. All the equipment, such as that shown on this slide, is exempt from municipal development and building permit requirements. Instead, the BC Energy Regulator, or BCER, is the authority responsible for issuing permits related to the equipment. In terms of previous district development permit approvals, in 2023, a form and character development permit was approved by council. This permit authorized 5 buildings on the site. It is now proposed to amend this development permit. In 2024, a DPA 1 environmental protection development permit was issued by staff. And earlier this month, a staff issued minor form and character development permit amendment involving changes to one of the previously approved buildings was granted. Because the changes did not substantially alter the overall approved design, the decision was delegated to staff under the Land Development Procedures Bylaw. Oops. So the proposal involves modifying the form and character of 4 of the 5 previously approved buildings, as well as adding 2 new buildings to the site. Buildings have increased in size and their location and orientations have shifted, but they remain within the same general area on site. With respect to the 2 new buildings, it was noted that some equipment was not enclosed when the previous development permit was approved. Since then, WLNG has determined that enclosing this equipment is necessary to meet current design and industry standards. This rendering illustrates 6 of the buildings. The 7th building is located on the east side of Mill Creek behind other equipment. All buildings are proposed to be finished with metal wall panels and metal roofs in a grass green color. The revised proposal is intended to enhance operational efficiency, improve the movement of personnel, and ensure compliance with industry requirements. The proposal has been reviewed against and complies with the Development Permit Area Guidelines for intensive industrial development. The application was posted on the district's development review webpage and advertised in the e-news. No comments from the public were received. Now turning to the recommendation. The recommendation is that Council approve DPA 41 and that Council authorize the Mayor and Corporate Officer to execute the development permit amendment. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, questions about what we've heard or contents of the report? Go ahead, Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, a few. How have things like lighting, color been considered in terms of the highway, Britannia, some of the parks, the gondola, those sorts of things? During the proponents' engagement, there was a lot of talk on their part about screening and thinking about colors and thinking about these aspects. And so how have staff looked at these things as we've reviewed the colors and lighting and so on?
Thanks to the Mayor. So in the OCP under the guidelines, the DPA guidelines, there are requirements for lighting. So we've looked at the lighting under those guidelines in terms of shielding the lighting and directing the rays to reduce the light pollution. Similarly with the colors of the buildings or designs of the buildings, for instance, they're finished in a grass green color that's meant to be incorporated or blend into the natural environment. So we have reviewed the proposal in accordance with the required and applicable DPA guidelines.
Yep, go ahead.
And how, what about roof treatments and colors for, you know, like the gondola and so on?
So the proposal, the 7 buildings that are through the mayor before council this evening, those 7 buildings are all, the roofs are all finished in metal roof with the grass green color.
And is it matte or glossy or?
Through the mayor, based on their color schedule, it appears to be a matte color.
Okay, move on to another thing. The instrument air building, you know, I understand that other orders of government will sort of, in terms of equipment and certain industrial building design, regulate that. But my question is this a building that's handling possibly combustible flammable gas that's now enclosed and therefore an explosion and wildfire risk? Like, how have we assessed what an increase in wildfire might be for the enclosure of this particular sort of infrastructure?
Through the mayor, so the development permit before council tonight is for form and character. And the only assessment criteria is whether the proposal meets the form and character guidelines. But what I can say is the development will be required to meet the BC Building Code requirements. And also there is a registered wildfire covenant on title, and the buildings will also have to be designed to comply with the requirements outlined in that covenant.
So because the covenant, the DPA 11 or the DPA 11 wildfire says sign a covenant or otherwise comply with our guideline, because they've signed a covenant, we don't review the DPA 11 other guidelines against this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the mayor, yeah, so when the application comes in at the building permit stage, our building department reviews the proposal against the covenant and those requirements, and ensures that the development complies with the requirements registered on title at that time.
Okay, so but just so I'm clear, the covenant piece supersedes all the rest in the DPA 11. Is that accurate?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I have.
Well, let's do a round. We'll come back. We need to just give let's give others opportunities, and they may address the similar questions. We'll see. Anybody that I don't have a speakers list going, but does anyone else have a question? I have some of my own, which I will venture because I see no hands. In the report, it mentions lighting, and it says exterior lighting will be required to meet safety and operational standards on site. The lighting has been reviewed for compliance with the lighting standards in section 4.28 of the district zoning bylaw and complies where applicable. Can you orient me what that means? Does that mean that the safety and operational standards supersede our lighting bylaw? Does it mean that it complies where applicable is like a little sliver of area where that complies? Or like, I just trying to understand what that means and what we can all expect from this.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think where applicable, what I was referring to there is the zoning bylaw, the general regulations talk about parking lots and pedestrian areas and roadways, like the interfaces there. So in that case, the regulations weren't applicable to this particular site. But this lighting has been reviewed, and I can confirm that all the lighting is attached to the side of the building and angled downwards and shielded appropriately to comply with the applicable regulations.
Okay, thank you. Council, other questions on this? I'll come back to you, Councillor Pettingill. Don't worry, you're not going to miss that opportunity. Your hand is implied at this point for round 2. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pettingill. I just want to make sure we had room for council. The floor is yours.
Thanks. So when I look at our OCP maps, DPA 2, I think would apply unless the coloring on our map is weird. Can staff speak to, does the OCP not say that this site, DPA 2 applies? And I'm looking at Schedule L in the OCP.
Through the mayor, based on the mapping, DPA 2 does not apply to the site.
Okay, so I'm just sort of imagining the pinkish DPA 2 area color at the wood fiber site. It is a little bit hard to tell. That's.
I think that we just had, you had the direct question whether it applies to this application, and the answer was no. So I just, if we need to pull up a map for clarity, but we have received an answer on this. So how it's articulated to us, otherwise staff have done that assessment. Do you want to add point of clarity here?
I just want to be clear whether we're talking about it applies whether or not to the site or to the application. I'm speaking of the site, and there was reference to DPA 2. My understanding as I read the report was staff was of the perspective that DPA 2 did apply, but it was delegated and staff made an assessment. Am I incorrect in that?
Okay.
Or is this DPA 2 doesn't even apply to this geographic location?
Through the mayor, so DPA 2 doesn't apply based on the mapping. However, there have been flood or hazard assessments provided to the district, and they are currently being peer reviewed, but that's part of the building permit application process, and that will all be finalized at the building permit stage.
Okay. I'm not seeing other hands. Councillor French?
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Would you like to speak to it? You don't have to. No is a fine answer. Any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think that this is fairly straightforward. Our development permit area guidelines, especially in industrial areas, are fairly lean, especially for this particular site, which is more removed from community and doesn't have an interface with residential neighborhoods or other commercial uses. I think that it applies, or the guidelines as we have them are adhered to with the application before us.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I think in the sort of narrow context of our guidelines, this does seem generally consistent. I think it flags for me some holes in our guidelines. The nature of the site, it is very visible from key locations in our community, and regardless of what it is functioning as, I think we're not actually capturing some of the things that we would otherwise generally intend to deal with in our DPA guidelines. So for me, this is a hole in our guidelines that I would like to see us plug. And I will say I will look forward to the DP part, and in particular that we have sort of explicit and clear addressing of the provincial extreme consequence failures of the dam and so on, and just sort of understanding what all that means very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I think I always find it really challenging when we're dealing with DPAs, as I'll read from the report. If the application meets the applicable DPA 10 guidelines, then the decision to issue the permit is non-discretional. And it's really strange for decisions to come to this table that are ultimately not at our discretion. So our job here was to review the documents and ensure that they did in fact meet the guidelines as presented by staff. And I think that what I saw was that this application meets the guidelines. Therefore, the issuing of this permit is beyond my discretion. So I'm going to vote in support. With that, we'll call the question. All in favor and opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So next we have 2025 BC Transit 3-year expansion initiatives, memorandum of understanding, and transit fare review update. Maybe we'll take a quick break to get appropriate staff, and the presentation loading has taken a minute or two, which is totally fine. So we will take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back with our BC Transit topic, which is very near the end of our agenda tonight. So thank you, everybody. We will now in recess. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now on to our 2025 BC Transit 3-year expansion initiatives, memorandum of understanding, and transit fare review update. I will turn it over to staff to introduce themselves and take us through a presentation. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, Transportation Planner with the District of Squamish. As you mentioned, there's 2 topics that I'm going to touch on tonight: the 3-year Transit Expansion Initiatives Memorandum of Understanding and an update on the Transit Fare Review. I just have a brief presentation because both of these items have been in front of Council before. So back in June 2025, Council supported a draft version of the expansions to be included in the MOU. This table shows the expansions that are now included in the final MOU. They're very similar to the June version with a couple of small changes. The first is that the cost of the Handy Dart service has increased from 14,000 to 28,000. It's rounded to 30,000 in the table. The early draft only included the cost of the Handy Dart service hours themselves, but BC Transit realized that additional hours for dispatch would also be required, which leads to the increase in cost. The second is that the on-demand service to Cheakamus has been shifted from year 3 to year 2. This is at the request of the Squamish Nation. They have provided initial support for cost sharing the local government portion of the cost of this service. We don't have an agreement in place with them at this time, but because it's a year 2 initiative, we have time to do that still. I should also note that the year 1 priorities are the ones that will be included in BC Transit's request to the province for funding. So just to go through them again, they're the asking again for the seasonal weekend service to Alice Lake, the frequent transit network phase 2, which is the reorganization of the transit routes that will create a single frequent route between downtown and Garibaldi Village. Additional hours for on-time performance related to a potential speed limit reduction to 40 kilometers an hour outside the downtown and oceanfront area. And I'm going to touch on that again in a following slide. And then the additional hours for Handy Dart service. So the financial implications and next steps for this MOU. The majority of the expansions are included in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. On-demand service to Cheakamus was not included as it was recognized as a priority only after the input had been concluded for the financial plan, but it can be added into the 2027 to 2036 financial plan, which is still enough time. If council supports the MOU, staff will work to have it executed and then begin preparations for any initiatives that receive both provincial and municipal budget support. I wanted to touch on the speed limit change item specifically, just because it's a bit tricky from a timing perspective. So council had requested that staff include a potential change to 40 kilometers an hour outside the downtown oceanfront area in the 2026 budget. Working with BC Transit, they identified that a transit expansion would be required along with that, and that the earliest date that would be possible is January 2027. That's due to the vehicle procurement timelines. Capital costs are included in the 2026 budget, so $150,000. That's for signage for the speed limit change. Those two timelines can work together because we can just implement the signs at the end of 2026 and then have the transit expansion happen right after it. The tricky part, a decision on the speed limit change will be required either through this MOU, so council could decide not to do the speed limit change today through the MOU if you so chose, or it can happen through the council budget process. So if council decides to support the MOU as is with that expansion in there, but then decides during the budget process not to move ahead with the speed limit change, I asked BC Transit what would happen with that expansion. And unfortunately, they were not able to give me a conclusive answer. There was 2 possibilities. So one possibility is that if the province funds that expansion, Squamish would still get the expansion hours, bus, and costs, but it would be reallocated to a different priority, something like increased performance, increased frequency. The other possibility is that it could be reallocated to a different community, and so we would not then get it, and we would not have the cost of that. So there is a small risk to proceeding with the MOU without having made this speed limit change decision. But given that the province has not historically been funding all of the transit expansions, and also that Squamish has more transit priorities that we are looking for expansions for, that risk is relatively small. Okay, moving on now to the transit fare review. So council discussed BC Transit's fare review report in September 2025 and passed a motion supporting a modified version of option 2. Option 2 was the staff recommendation. Council's motion has now been renamed as option 4 on the slide there. also not shown in this table, but the council motion includes waiting for the debit credit onboard payment system to launch before the fare changes are implemented. So the table here shows a comparison of the current fares, option 2, and then the new option 4. All the fares are relative to the single fare ride. So the day pass is 2 times the single ride. The 30-day adult pass is 20 times the single ride. And then the concession pass is discounted off the adult pass, and the semester pass is discounted off the concession pass. So the main difference between option 4 and option 2 is that option 4 provides a 40% discount on that concession pass, in addition to the 10% discount on the semester pass, whereas option 2 only provided a 30% discount. Option 2 is closer to being in alignment with the BC Transit fare structure guidelines than option 4, as it starts to narrow that gap between the adult and concession fare prices. BC Transit did provide the financial analysis. So option 4 results in less impact to riders. So you can see there's in option 2, they're losing 38,000 riders, and in option 4, it's only 30,000. But of course, option 4 has on average less revenue per ride. So option 4 does result in some loss of revenue, that blue line there, but it's only $11,600. So it's a small impact. I should add that this is sort of a short-term analysis, like an immediate impact analysis. It doesn't consider the longer term. And so it is possible that over the longer term, there may be more of a financial impact from option 4 just due to that lower revenue. So for the fare review implications and next steps, as I mentioned, the BC Transit's short-term financial analysis only shows a minor reduction in revenue from option 4 compared to option 2. And then staff will wait until BC Transit announces a date for the debit credit onboard payment program to launch. And then we'll begin planning for the fare change implementation. We will try to implement it as soon afterwards as possible, but just due to the marketing timelines, it's unlikely to be exactly on the same day. It'll probably be just shortly thereafter. And finally, the recommendations. The first one is that council authorize the CIO to sign the 3-year expansion initiatives memorandum of understanding. And the second one is just reiterating council's motion from the September meeting, except without the 4th bullet that spoke to this financial analysis being presented back to council today.
Okay, thank you. Questions, council? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. On the decision around whether to include the on-time or performance following speed limit reduction, appreciate that BC Transit wasn't to give us a total clear answer, but in the following year, we have a request for increased service that is pretty close. So it's the expansion to frequent transit network phase 3, which is $310,000. We pull that up if we decide to not move forward with the additional hours for speed limit reduction. Yeah. So table 1.
Through the mayor, so just for clarity, so if you decide not to move ahead with speed limit changes,
are we able to move up the January 2028 investment to improve frequent transit network phase 3?
I think I understand. So essentially, if you, you could reprioritize. So essentially, yes, as long as we get that expansion and they don't decide to reallocate it to a different community.
I don't see any other, yep, go ahead. And I have a question of my own.
Yeah, just projected impact to number of rides, and I think I didn't read this chart correctly on the weekend. We expect this to option 2 to reduce our annual rides by 38,000. So 110 rides a day. Can you speak to, I think you did a little bit, how long that impact might last, like to recover that lost ridership? Do we have a sense of how long it'll take to bounce back? I can't remember.
Through the mayor, BC Transit has not provided me with that information. They have indicated this is a short-term analysis and that over time, typically demand does continue or even increase over time, more related to frequency, good transit shelters, sidewalks, that kind of thing, and less related to this difference in cost. They didn't provide a timeline though, unfortunately.
So two questions I have, at least to start here. I know this is the first time that we've made a change in quite some time to the fare. What would be the sort of the shelf life of this? I know we're talking about the analysis we have hasn't taken that longer view. Like, is there a projected review time for this? I know that generally we like to set things for as long a shelf life as possible, but have you had any thought into what an appropriate review time would be for this if it was to move forward as presented?
So BC Transit has a certain number of staff that can do these types of fare reviews. And so they can only assist any one community, with certain levels of frequency. I'd say that if council was to request another fare review in, let's say, 3 years, that might be possible. Within 5 years, I'd say for sure.
Okay. I'm contemplating what, if anything, to do with that information, but gives me some good context here. The other piece was, so the fare review was, the analysis was very helpful. What's up on the screen. Have we learned anything else, or do you have anything else to share with the date of the new payment system? And just last time we spoke, I didn't get left feeling super confident that we had a date for that. Or do we have any more clarity in that regard? I noticed it didn't seem to be jumping out at me here.
Unfortunately, no. So they're still aiming for spring 2026, but they still keep saying that is not confirmed and that it could change.
Okay, and are we committed to that? I know that was a direction of council, but if we wanted to drop that, would that have a substantive change to when we could actually implement these fares?
Yes, so we can't hit that January date any longer, but we could hit the March date, which is when the on-demand is going to come to Squamish.
Okay. So council, we have some recommendations here. Before I make a motion, entertain any motions, I'm quite interested in us. I understand the intent of that direction that we took at the last time we discussed this, with that waiting for the implementation or BC Transit to come through with that. I'm quite struggling with not knowing when that is. And we're trying to do financial modeling, and there has not been an announcement with a fixed date. So I think it's worth reconsidering this piece so that these changes and the fares can start flowing into our financial plan in a predictable fashion. So I'm curious about that, and if folks feel how everyone feels about that. And then if it does sound like there's room to move there, I'd look to try to figure out a motion that could sort of step back from that particular ask while advancing the rest of this in a way. That and the risk with the speed limit. I will say with the speed limit piece, I think we should proceed as it relates to the MOU and discuss the matter further at budget to make sure that we get it. I think that there's, even in the uncertainty, we've heard the feedback from BC Transit, we may be able to shuffle if we are successful with it, and we don't end up proceeding with the speed limit reduction. That's my preference, but I might not be as risk averse as others may be. Any thoughts on this or anything else as we sort of work together towards a motion here? Councillor Pettingill?
Sorry, and I know we've been sort of thinking about, number of buses we need for the different things we want to do and what the impact would be. Can I just make sure I'm clear at this late hour that between current and option 2, the quote unquote win for us is $90,000 in revenue? Is that the sort of, or are there other things we sort of gain by going to $90,000 in revenue and $38,000 in lost ridership? Those are the two pieces that effectively are changing at the end of the day.
Through the mayor, yes. However, this is the short-term financial analysis, so that would likely not remain exactly the same over time. The situation would likely improve somewhat.
The investments that we are making in transit should drive ridership as well, and those things aren't factored into that, is what we're saying. So this is maybe year one, and then things change as the frequency changes and so on. So our decisions are option 1, option 4, speed limit, and I'd like to introduce that discussion around or revisit the discussion around the weighting on the payment piece. Any other? I don't have anyone else on the speakers list here, so I'm just looking to. I think we should debate the piece around the timing of this. Does this need to be all tied together? Can we do that as a separate aside? Because I don't think it's. I'm just trying to keep us on side here. Some of this is where we're heading, and then the last question is when. Does it need to be tied together? I don't.
Council can split the motions out. You can consider the first portion and then address the second portion of the recommendation.
Okay.
If that helps.
So I will move the staff recommendation in its entirety, and I will add language that these fares be implemented at the earliest opportunity, and to not wait for BC Transit's promised or foreshadowed new payment system. Are you seconding that? Yep, go ahead.
I think that's a different motion than the staff recommendation that is presented. You're trying to change the first bullet point of item 2.
There you go. So then I would, thank you. So then I would move the staff recommendation with the following change to the first bullet point, that the fares are introduced at the earliest opportunity. The earliest opportunity we heard earlier was March, a March window from I believe is that a marketing perspective? Is that what drove that? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So BC Transit tries to introduce fare changes in alignment with service increases. And so we can't hit the January service increase, but we can hit the March service increase. So that's the rationale for March.
Okay, so then that's the motion. I didn't have a seconder for it. Can second it. Thank you. Thank you. I think I can rationalize all of this. The piece that and thank you for the additional analysis. The one piece I introduced here was dropping the alignment with the debit credit payment system. I think that I agree with the intent there, that let's change a bunch of things at once so people can adjust to the new. But without a hard date for that to happen, I just couldn't get there on that particular piece. So I think there's still a window that may be close. And if there is opportunity to align that, I think we're not saying don't align with that, but if that is delayed past March, we don't have clarity of then here's an opportunity to bring these new fares in, and we can start paying for contributing more to the system that we are investing quite heavily in. So I think it's allows the spirit to still maybe happen, but gives some direction to actually bring these as soon as we can get them into service. I'll go to Councillor French as a seconder, and then I'll go around to others.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I wasn't necessarily married to this wording about debit and credit back in September when we initially looked at this. So with this new information, I completely support getting us to those new fares as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I will also support the motion. I'd like to make a comment on the planned introduction of on-demand service to Squamish in January 2028. As I understood from staff presentation, there is some discussion of Squamish Nation cost sharing. I would like to suggest considering consultation with the 4 employers at or near Squamish Reserve Number 11, which I interpret to be Moody Drive and Lewis Drive. There is potential participation in cost sharing among those employers. One of them, in fact, has voiced interest and has had discussions with Squamish Connector. There's a sawmill. That was the sawmill. So the 4 employers are the AJ Forest Products Mill, Sunwolf, Squamish Center, and the Chikai Ranch. This is important from their point of view, a transit service for recruiting and retaining employees and volunteers at the Chikai Ranch. So there's a substantial employment hub here that we might consider with benefit for all users in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I will be supporting the motion on the floor. Thanks to staff for the additional due diligence on the fly recommendation that I made a month ago. Appreciate ground truthing that one. I do think the speed limit reduction decision is best addressed in a budget discussion and not here this evening. And so I think that this opens us up for a little bit of risk in signing up for the 3-year agreement as presented, but I think that will be okay. We'll either make it work or we may not get provincial matching funding or. And so I think we just need to kind of stay the course with what we have in front of us and continue to have those listed as our priorities and have our budget discussion appropriately and accordingly. With respect to where we've landed on the fares, I think that this is a fair and even-keeled approach. We hadn't updated our fares since 2017, and we know that costs for everything continue to increase. Our operating costs continue to increase. We are trying to expand transit in ways that we have never done so in this community. And so part of that cost has to be borne by those who are using the infrastructure and the service. I did think it was really important to ensure that we maintain a higher discounted rate for our concession pass and continuing to drive towards what is the one-day vision of having free transit for those under 18 when we can get there, so that all youth can use the bus for free. But I'm not quite ready to move us there yet, and I think that this helps get us in that direction. So I will support the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll support the motion on the floor. I think I made my perspective clear last time. I do think I'd be ready to move to free transit for 13 to 18-year-olds now. But I understand that the perspective. I totally understand the perspective that maybe folks aren't there yet. Regarding the fare increases being introduced in alignment with the launch of debit credit payment system, I think I was trying to avoid having folks try to find 50 cents in their pocket. That's slight annoyance is just, I was hoping to avoid it, but not a hill I'm willing to die on. So I'll support the motion on the floor. Oh, and regarding continuing to keep our discount rates below the BC Transit norms, that's okay with me. I think it is a better way to go to make people, to encourage people to get concession passes on an ongoing basis. That way they are more likely to just get on the bus instead of hesitating to get on the bus for the $2 or $5 it may cost. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn here. I think I'm going to support this because I do support the service changes, and I'm not worried if the speed limit thing, which I'd actually like to reconsider and maybe push to 30. I know we've had that discussion, but I'm still kind of, if we're going to go, I'd like to go, or maybe not go, as the situation may be. But where I'm hesitating or struggling a little bit is the more people I talk to, I just hear like, you got to get more frequent transit and make it easier to use. For me, when I look at our transportation master plan, like our mode shift that we need to hit is huge. And so every tool, and I understand we can't get the buses if we drop the fees to zero right away, like that will be an immediate problem, but I have some mind to just hold us where we are, because I'm really hesitant to do anything that knocks ridership back, given how big that mode shift goal is, which is aimed at saving our community about like $150 million. And so I'm sort of questioning over 90,000 in the short term. If this is the right path, I think all things considered, I'm going to support that, but this resolution, but this is where I'm struggling right now.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So council, we have no late agenda items. We had no correspondence action requested. We had no items referred from the consent agenda. Thank you for that, everybody. No business arising. Council, any notice of motion? Open question period, clarification related to agenda items. Anybody in the audience have a question for us? Seeing none. Council or staff announcements. No hands tonight. I'm also going to pass on the opportunity. We do not have a motion to close, or we've already passed that. No, sorry, no motion to close. We have no council, staff, and camera announcements. The next order of business is to terminate this meeting. And yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Motion to terminate, please, Chair.
I will allow it. Councillor Stoner, are you seconding that? I'll second that. And we are all, and do we need to,